Hey, pre-notification gang. Been alright. Didn't really do anything today. I've never heard of the Din and the Glyn. First I've heard of that one. Thanks to the Prime Skinny. Of course it is Rip. And no, I did not. Has not come up on my end, Rip, but thank you for the resub, then. And thanks to the Prime Ukamunda. If Logan Paul beats Floyd Mayweather, would the world end? Yeah, probably. Thank you for the 5 tier 2 gift subs, Bussin' Bussy. Good to see you again, man. Thanks for the generosity, like, immediately. Goddamn. Thanks to the Prime Burger Donald's, and Cosmic Bot. Hey, Mimi. Thank you. Thanks to the gift sub, EZP. Yeah, I'm assuming this has been recommended to everyone over the last couple of days, huh? It's always in my recommended. Maybe we can watch it. I can't imagine it's that interesting, though. It doesn't seem like a cool subject, but I was wrong about the DS game, so. Thanks to the resub Shadow Dragon, McKenna, and the Prime. Call me Tim. I appreciate that, Rip. Yeah, I mean, it's not my favorite thing to listen to, yo. I agree. Thanks to Prime, Mike, and the resub Dante. And thanks Zero Gravity and Wank for the bits. Darman has a new video. Yeah, he posts every day, so of course he has a new video. I'm not gonna watch Darman tonight though. He only has like 3 videos, I think. I think it's been 3 days. Hey Fret, thanks for the 5, man. And thanks for the gift sub Kimja and the tier 1 Rion, tier 1 Holiday Assassin, and tier 1 Girthy. The Prime Savory, Sinpai, and the resub Cosmic Schmegma, Pablob, and Lycan. Thanks to the gift sub Cyaxis and resub Kelthrox. And the tier 2 gift sub Lando. Resub Splitits and Spidacy. More slapping? Yeah. Here, I'll queue it up. Not starting with it, obviously, but I will queue it up. Punchdown's got the eliminations from Punchdown 3. So Vasily is in this one, I believe. We've all seen it, Meryl. I've seen that Shrek meme. Thanks to give sub Zane and resub Undead Chan. Nice, loser girl. Hope he's having fun. Thanks to Tier 1 Longy Boy. We watched some new Houston Jones. Actually couldn't watch that even on Twitch. He bleeds all the fucking time. Thanks to the gift sub Not Angel in the Tier 1 Swamped God. Or Swamped God. The resub Linny and the Tier 1 Valamus and resub Vert Gauge and the gift sub or the Bits Zero Gravity and the 2 gift subs McKenna. Yeah, everyone, it's crazy how YouTube recommended works. It'll recommend something to literally everyone. And then on YouTube night, everyone recommends the exact same thing because everyone got the same thing at the same time. It's pretty crazy how it works. Thanks to Tier 1 Recon and resub Chunky Boy and the $1 Woody. The Bits Ghost. Thanks to resub Noob and Kamikaze. Yeah, I saw the Black Myth Wukong trailer. Unless there's a new one, I haven't seen it. Well, I hope you're doing alright though, Wild Canadian. Thank you for the bits, man. Thanks to the bits, Pancake Daddy, and Architect, and Leon. Well, nice, Leon. Yeah, they were great. Thanks to Prime 89 and Tier 1 Sister Lover and gift sub Demon of Dust. Appreciate that. Thanks to the 2 Ganja and the resub Tinky and David Pog. Or David Pig God. New Smash trailer. You talking about Mario Party? What are you talking about? New Smash trailer. I know they updated Mario Party to finally have multiplayer online. Thanks to bits, Ginger. That's not how that's gonna work at all, Ginger. That doesn't work. There's Elon Musk isn't a force you can control. Goddamn, Red, thank you for 5k bits again. Jesus. Really appreciate the 5k bits. And I definitely don't want to see anything else from Balan Wonderworld. I experienced plenty. I don't care if it's a retrospective look at it or what, but that game was absolutely miserable. Thanks to the gift subs Sieber and Chris in the Prime Obsolete and Vaping game. I watch Harry Mack. I like Harry Mack. And Lost Souls Aside looks nutty. Thanks to Prime JR. And the resub Sad Cringe. And 2 gift subs again, McKenna and resub Rohan. I'll probably watch at least some of the McDonald's things since that's going to be recommended all night since everyone got it recommended to them over the last couple days. So just to get ahead of that, I'll probably just watch a little of it at some point. Thanks to the resub Slow. And the Prime Satanic Marshmallow and Zoot. And the gift sub McKenna. It's the why McDonald's ice cream machine is broken. I bet if I just type in McDonald's, it's the first thing. Second thing. Close. Thanks to Tier 1 Noble Alex and the Tier 1 Zor Tassar. Doing alright, Moisture Oyster. Hope you're doing well, man. Thanks to the Prime Pingu. And I did not hear that Germ is making another one, but that sounds exciting. Thanks to Tier 1 Blue Crow. Well, that's good at least, Trees. And thanks to the Bit Sister Lover. It's an Amazon thing. I don't even know if they're still selling them on Amazon. Thanks to resub Gomes. I don't know about that, Trippy. That seems very hard. Did you hear about the Ethereum stock? Did I hear about the Ethereum stock? Do you just mean Ethereum? It's not a stock. What do you mean? And no, I didn't. Seems like it's popping off, though. Thanks to the gift sub reliable. Please don't donate to recommend stuff. Just full heads up. Just put it in the chat. Thanks to tier 1. Magenta and the 2 gift subs King Banana. Yep, I know about Andrew's new channel. Channel 5. And thanks to 2 gift subs Blue Crow. Selling one what? Would I be selling what? A Moby Huge. No. Fuck no. Those are collector's items now. Thanks to the bitch Pebble and Red again. And the gift sub Good Cat. Appreciate another fucking 2,500 bits, man. I don't know what series that is, but I'll look it up, sure. I'm assuming this is like a video game thing. Yeah. I don't really know if I want to watch video essays on video games. I'm sure they're good, but it's not really what I'm looking for, unless it's like some kind of crazy fucking story of theft and international smuggling or something crazy. It's not really the games that I'm really interested in. It's more just the stories associated with it. Thanks to the resub Kelvales. Good shit, Smith. Nice. Glad to hear it. Have I seen Anvil launching? Yeah, that was another one that got recommended to everyone, so everyone recommended the fuck out of that during YouTube night. Prime No Sam. Puppy scares man to tears. Yep, seen it. You guys are just going through like the YouTube recommended that everyone got over the last week. I've also gotten it, so I've also seen it. No, I can't say I saw it, Sir Janor. Thanks to the Prime. Alucard. I'm assuming it would have been sent under your real name, right? I didn't see it. Ever watch the Alcatraz escape on stream? This? Oh god, it's BuzzFeed Unsolved. Oh my god. Oh. I do love prison escape stories. But it's also BuzzFeed. This fucking... Everyone who said BuzzFeed Unsolved is tolerable was extremely wrong, by the way. Because we did the, what was the name? Is the whatever woman, the spy woman, and it was just as bad as I would have expected a BuzzFeed show to be. Thanks to the resub, Bruma, Clive, Grungus, and the Tier 1 Seagull. I'll let it ride for a minute, though.
This week on BuzzFeed Unsolved, we covered the thrilling escape from the famed Alcatraz prison.
Thanks to
The
resub,
inmates
Apple.
who pulled this off did so by executing an ingenious and daring plan, and who doesn't love a good prison break, right?
I do. Will there be tunnels?
You could
No,
say
I don't know what
there
that
was
is,
a
Poopy
tunnel.
Boy.
I guess if you were sitting in a
Thanks to
cell
Bits
for a
Push.
long time,
No
you'd be
Darman
able to
tonight,
come up with pretty cool things to escape.
Yeah.
That being said, the things that they did come up with, I was impressed by.
Yeah.
But I'm easily impressed.
Well, I guess tell your story. Now.
Okay, yeah. Formerly a military base, Alcatraz
Thanks to Tier 1 Discreet.
opened as a federal maximum security prison in 1934. The prison was nicknamed The Rock due to the fact that the prison sits on a 22
Pretty cool nickname.
island, about 1.25 miles away from the city of San Francisco. Because of this, the prison gained a reputation as being inescapable.
I will, Sir
with
Janor,
water
thank you, man.
surrounding the prison hovering around 48 degrees Fahrenheit to 54 degrees Fahrenheit all year, along with formidable currents pulling strongly out to sea, leading up to low tide.
San Francisco.
Is this about the one that people think the guy
Have
still
very
lives?
delicate Southern California skin.
Like, they say he lives in like a trailer park somewhere.
It's a summer in San Francisco.
Okay. I thought you were gonna go into your typical
Thanks to the
Midwestern
resub, Bal.
people know winter and cold. and all that.
Midwestern people do know. I'll tell you.
Oh Jesus
I'll
Christ.
tell you.
Okay, no, it's fine. We don't have to go into
We
it.
know snow.
I'm very happy for you. What a feather in all your caps. So, shall we move on?
Yeah, let's fucking go!
As time went on, the prison would fall into disrepair, and the budget to fix things was
Maybe,
limited.
lawman, but
This would
please don't
become
donate to
an
suggest
important
something. Please
factor
just put it in the
the
chat.
inmates' escape. So without further ado, let's meet the escape crew. First up, we have the Anglin brothers, John William Anglin and his younger brother Clarence Anglin, both in their early 30s at the time of the escape.
I recognize these
The brothers
pictures.
were serving time for robbing a bank together.
There's a conspiracy on whether or not one of them still lives.
With my bro?
Yeah, the thing is, like, being in prison.
Thanks to
obviously
Resub
not a
Slim.
big deal.
Yeah.
But you got
Midnight
your
Crow.
brother with you, and they actually were next door to each other.
That's very fun. I wonder if one of them.
We have Frank Morris, in his mid-30s at the time of the escape, who had been abandoned as a young child, put in foster care and run away, and was then in and out of prisons since he was just 13
And then that's
years
fine,
old.
Warlord, thank
He
you.
was also serving time for a bank robbery. The final member of the crew is Ellen West, age 33 at the time of the escape.
Thanks to the resub
West
Turok.
began
Gonna give
serving
some
time
Shack
at the age of
Baz.
14 and bounced around various federal prisons. Our crew of escapees established. Let's jump into the inception.
I made an
of the
entire
escape.
series off
It's
Attaway
said that
General.
West first
Season
approached
1
Morris
and
with a
2.
plan to escape in early
Thanks to the
1960.
resub Michi.
West apparently
I'm very
knew
familiar
of
with
a
Attaway
ventilator
General.
cover above cell block B that might not be sealed over with concrete, as some of the other vents had been. If true, this could provide them with a way to get onto the roof of the prison from the inside. West also began working with the cell house maintenance crew, which gave him
He's a prime
insight
zombie.
into the building's structure, layout, and weaknesses. By September 1961, the Anglin brothers, Morris, and West all had requested moves to cells that were close to each other in cell block B, directly under the unsecured vent cover. All cell moves were approved.
This
Nice.
goes back to
Oh,
my
fuck.
thinking that
Alright.
prison, maybe back then, or maybe
Just
even
when I
this
was getting a little
particular
excited.
prison didn't seem so bad. You just
That the four men would execute was undoubtedly bold and ingenious. That being said, let's break down the plan.
Thanks to resub Ray and the
Starting
Prime
with
Jason.
phase 1,
And
deception.
thank you.
With
Thank you,
Alcatraz,
Hayes.
it
Appreciate
wasn't
the
just
2K
about
bits.
escaping the prison walls, as it was also about making it back to the mainland and avoiding capture in that process. In order to prevent that, the men knew they needed a head start. To accomplish this, the men created painted dummy heads made from a plaster-like mix of soap, concrete,
It's
and
pretty
other
good. That
materials,
looks just
and
like a human
complete
being
with human hair.
suffering from a
They laid the
flesh-eating
heads in their
bacteria.
beds to fool the guards. Sure enough, on June 12th, on the morning following the escape, when the 7 a.m. bell
Thanks,
went
Resub
off to
Lullaby.
wake the prisoners,
The
guards
gift sub
discovered that
Hyacinth.
the escapees appeared to still be asleep in their beds. It wasn't until one guard reached into Morris's cell and pushed the head, only for it to roll away and strike the ground, that the guards realized something was wrong. To this day, the dummy head that struck the ground still has the damage that resulted from this fall. It's unknown who came up with
Thanks,
the
Resub
idea
Sunbro
to
and
create
Jennifer.
dummy heads. However, Clarence worked as a barber and had access to human hair trimmings. Either way, Phase 1 deception was a success.
if I were that guard, and I reached into that bed,
The dummies in their beds, the men went to work on busting out of their cells. All four of the men's cells had 5-inch by 9.5-inch ventilation grates in the back of their cells. Perhaps due to his time on maintenance, West may
Who's your
have
tier
known
1
that the
light
wall
star in
surrounding
the
the
Prime
grate
Bozy?
was less than 6 inches thick, making it possible for each man to expand the hole in their cell to fit through. For months, each of the escapees had drilled small, closely spaced holes around the cover of the ventilation grates. For this
seems
they
so
used
easy.
crude handmade tools. Like
Meanwhile, that
spoons
Kento
stolen from the
Bento
kitchen,
coverage of
and
the guy that
a
escaped
drill
from
made
Japan
a
prison
vacuum
5
cleaner
times had to,
motor.
like, eat dirt.
These holes made it possible for them to remove the entire small section of the wall around the air vents, which they then kept covered up with
Volume's
their
maxed
musical
on
instruments
everything.
and with
Volume is literally maxed on everything. Is it maxed on computer too? No, it's not. I'll do like here, so it doesn't blow out my eardrums.
with fake covers made of cardboard.
I'm also not that handy, so retrofitting a vacuum motor, turning it into a drill, I don't know if I'd be able to think of that.
I don't know. So they're essentially just perforating it.
Yeah, they're priming it by making little holes.
These holes allowed them to crawl through to a utility corridor
Thanks to the gift sub,
located
Ghost.
directly behind their cells that was typically left unguarded. From there, they were able to climb up to a hidden
Really,
landing
Wiener, that's
area
interesting.
directly above their cell block, where they had been
Thank
working
you,
in
Tori,
secret for
Zero
several
Dazed,
months.
and Amanda.
Some or all of the escapees had been
And happy
given
birthday,
permission
Amanda.
at some point to do
But we already
maintenance
watched all of
work
Court
on
Cam.
this landing area. In fact, to this day, you can still see where West actually completed part of the painting job. Apparently, West had even convinced the guards to allow him to hang blankets that concealed his work because it was sending dust cascading down to the ground level. In reality,
This seems so
he was
easy.
actually using blankets to hide the work that was really being done up there. This
They
concealed
should have just
landing
asked, "Can we
area became
leave?"
the
They probably would have said
escapees'
yes.
secret workshop. They even built and used a primitive periscope to take turns as
That's pretty
lookouts.
cool.
In the workshop, they were able to build the aforementioned dummies, tools, and other items they'd use to escape. It's worth noting that on the night of the escape, West
Exit Brian,
never made
Quack,
it to this
Ethan, and
landing
Crappy.
spot
They give
due
some
to
waves.
the fact that he was unable to break through the last portion of the wall around his ventilation grate. Consequently, West was left behind.
Ooh,
From
pussy.
the landing,
That's
the
rough.
ceiling was about 30 feet directly overhead, and the men were able to climb to the ceiling via the pipes and reach an air vent that they had previously pried off in preparation for their escape. Experts believe that a sound reportedly heard around 10:30 p.m. was
Billy
the
the
sound
Exterminator's
of
the
the
name of
air
that.
vent
It's just
cover
not
being
very
pushed
good
off
anymore.
on the roof.
New season
And this
sucks.
marks the approximate time the escapees would
Thanks
have
to the
reached
bitch
the
though, all
roof.
American.
They then climbed down
Gifts
from
up,
the
man.
roof via a pipe next to the back of their cell block, climbed the 15-foot fence, and made their way to the north shore of the island. Which brings us to the next phase. Phase 3, escaping
Swim.
the island. In their workshop, the inmates had built life preservers and
Oh.
a 6x14-foot rubber raft.
What the
all
fuck?
made from prison-issue raincoats. They'd gathered over 50 raincoats for the job,
I see the 3 gift
possibly
subs all
stitching them
American.
together using sewing machines in the clothing or glove shops. They even
appreciate the bits,
vulcanized the
trees,
rubber
and
raincoats
thanks
by
to your
holding
brother
the
as well.
seams up to the heat from the steam pipes, an idea they'd gotten from a popular mechanics issue. The raft was inflated using a converted
They're
Morse
fucking
coin,
genius.
a concertina ordered by Morris back in April.
Do you think every day for 50 days they just kept going, lost my raincoat again?
I mean, there was they would sail again.
damn it.
This time
Every time it
across
starts to get
Strait,
wild, that guy
about a
brings it
half-mile
down.
wide, which would
He's like,
then
"Wait a
bring
minute,
them
it's
to
getting
the
good."
mainland. There, they would steal a car, as well as clothing, according to West, who would later inform the FBI about a good deal of the plan. Once the men were discovered missing, Alcatraz went into
Thanks for the gift sub,
lockdown
kitty.
as a search began. Guards quickly found the secret workshop, the hole in the ceiling, and footprints on the roof and at the bottom of the pipe they climbed down. The FBI joined the case, as would the Coast Guard and Bureau of Prison Authorities, in what would be a wide-scale search.
A couple
However,
other people
the
escaped from
escapees,
Alcatraz,
as
right?
well as their raft,
They
were
swam.
never seen again.
Right?
Even though we know the 3 men made it
The other
off
ones?
of Alcatraz Island, what happened to the 3 men after that remains a mystery. That being said, let's get into the theories, of which
Hey,
there are
3 sub
only
Blaze.
2: that the men escaped and survived, or that they perished in the journey over to the mainland.
I mean, it's only a
Let's
mile and a
start
half.
with the latter.
They can absolutely have
These
made
waters
that.
are known for being frigid, and there is a strong current that could have worked against the escapees. Experts point out that the trio's goal of taking the raft north to Angel Island would have been extremely difficult at this time, especially given that they had paddles but no rudder. Additionally, results of a
Thanks, Resub
reenactment
Zeppa.
of the escape carried out by Dutch scientists in a piece
I know
for
Post-10.
PBS,
I'm not-
in which they built a
not
raft
gonna watch any
similar to the
Post-10
one
tonight,
the
but I am
escapees
familiar.
used, found that 2 of the men would have to work to keep the raft inflated, leaving only 1 to paddle. The weather would have been about 47 degrees Fahrenheit when the men made it outside the prison.
That's not
the
that
water is said
bad.
to have been 54 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's
if the
pretty
raft had
manageable.
sunk or the men had gone overboard into the water, they would probably have only lasted 2 hours before starting to lose consciousness,
Yeah,
according to
like that's
author
not
Joel
bad.
Babiak.
I tell you what, you ever looked out into the waters in that bay?
I've looked out to the waters at night in the
damn it.
ocean. It's scary.
But that bay in particular,
Bits of wood resembling a handmade paddle were
Is
found
it
in the
tier 1
water
teal?
near Angel Island. The pieces were identified as belonging to the escapees. On June 14th, bags made from raincoats were found halfway between Alcatraz and Angel Island. These bags contained irrefutable evidence that they had belonged to the escapees. Photos of the Anglins and their family, 9 pieces of paper with a list of people to contact on the outside, and a letter written to Clarence Anglin. Many point to these personal items as evidence that the journey was ill-fated, as these would have not been items easily given up. On June 15th, a homemade life
are the
vest was
500
found
bits again,
floating near
Red.
Cronkite Beach.
Thank you, man.
A second life vest was discovered on
Thank you,
June
Sparkles.
22nd, no more than 100 yards from the eastern coast of Alcatraz
I'm excited,
Island.
Pete.
Its ties were still knotted. all three of the men would have set out with very little money, so the fact that the hordes of authorities on the case never found a shred of evidence of any thefts or holdups tied to Morris or the
I can't imagine they died in that
clothing
trip.
or transportation
They didn't
made it seem
swim.
unlikely that they made it to the mainland alive. The FBI states that they never found any credible evidence, either in the U.S. or abroad, that the men lived.
I give it 10
In
gift
mid-July
subs, Mikey.
1962,
Thank you, Mikey.
about
Appreciate
6
it, man.
weeks after the escape, a Norwegian shipping freighter, the SS Norefjell,
Thanks for
spotted
the
a
dollar,
body in the
hyperventilating.
ocean about 20 miles away from the Golden Gate Bridge. However, they did not call in the sighting and did not report it until fall, when they returned to San Francisco.
Nice.
And the body was never recovered.
Okay.
It's a dead guy.
What the fuck is that
well.
about?
I guess if it's a freighter, I mean, one, you should report it, but
There's plenty of credence to our second theory that the escape.
That had to have been one of the people on
Lawrence and the
Alcatraz.
England brothers had
He
a
was
raft
steering
to
the
help them
ship.
navigate the waters, which many people have successfully been able to swim before without the benefit of a raft or life jackets. A triathlon is held each year in which participants complete a 1.5-mile swim in the same waters around the same time of year that the escape occurred. Participants do say that
Thanks
the
for playing,
current,
Whisper.
choppy waters, and wind are major factors to contend with.
Thanks to Tier 1
But
Mr.
according to
Silent,
Jeff
and yeah,
Hart,
maybe
a
Orange.
security analyst for CBS San Francisco, who worked with the FBI for over 20 years and goes for swims in the San Francisco Bay, he doesn't know of any contestants in the triathlon who haven't been able to complete the swim. Furthermore, most of the bodies of those who drown in the bay will float after a few days, but despite extensive searches, the fugitives' bodies were never found. U.S. Marshal Michael
Thanks,
Dyke
Prime
has run
Nolan.
a simulation with help from the Coast Guard
And
that
TJ.
determined the escapees could have survived in the water for 2.5 hours at least if the raft plan failed. The same Dutch scientists who carried out the reenactment of the escape also created a computer model, which they presented in
I just can't
2015
imagine in a mile and a
that could recreate
half
the conditions
with
in the water on the night
not
of the escape.
horrible
The model
environmental
found that there was
factors
a
that they would
very
just
narrow
die.
window between 11:30 p.m.
Especially because
and
they didn't
midnight,
swim the whole way
during
anyway.
which the trio would have needed to launch their raft in order to have a chance of making it to land. And since the inmates may have made it to the roof by
Prime
10:30 p.m.,
Fish.
this window seems possible. Though, even then, they would have had to let the currents carry them to Horseshoe Bay, northeast of the Golden Gate Bridge, rather than trying to reach Angel Island. The model also suggested that items left at the shoreline near Horseshoe Bay would drift back towards Angel Island, where some
Not
of the
horrible
escapees'
environmental
items were
factors. They had to swim in the
recovered once
fucking
the
ocean.
tides reversed.
People swim in
While
the
the
same
Dutch
water, like they
scientists
just
realized
said, once a
recreation of the
year.
escape did not work, as they were
That
unable
FBI
to
guy said
withstand the
literally no
currents
one's
and
ever
bring the
failed
raft
it.
to land.
So it
They
can't
still
be that
got
bad.
Fairly close to Golden Gate Bridge in a little over an hour aboard the raft. One of the scientists conceded he still believes the escapees might have been able to pull it off given the rush of adrenaline and need to survive.
Also, one thing I'm going to point out here,
Things of Prime Chaos.
I don't know
and
how
Bit Silent.
accurate this test is. If you have scientists
I'm familiar with
doing
Peter
the paddling
Kane.
themselves in the
Satire.
those fucking Poindexter.
But it's good satire.
Great character.
David Widner, the nephew of
That's
the
sweet.
England
Thanks,
brothers,
Cheese.
has said that his uncle Robert, one of John and Clarence's older brothers, confessed on his deathbed to his sisters, quote, that they didn't have to worry about their brothers, that he had been in touch with them and they were okay, end quote. Widner added that
Oh,
his
there you go.
grandmother, who would have been
Can't
John and
dispute
Clarence
that.
England's mother, would sometimes receive roses with her son's signatures on the card following the 1962
That's pretty
escape.
cute.
Multiple family members of John and Clarence Anglin have claimed over the years at family funerals that they have noticed mysterious women wearing veils and or heavy makeup, which could have been the undercover Anglin brothers coming to pay their respects.
What
in
if?
2015, a History Channel show claimed that a photo taken of two men in Brazil 13 years after the escape depicted brothers John and Clarence Anglin alive. The photograph came from Fred Brizzi, a childhood friend of the Anglin brothers, who turned it over to the family sometime in the 1990s. Brizzi's story is that he was on a trip in Brazil when he happened to run into John and Clarence at a bar.
Thanks for Prime
Brizzi has
Unholy.
since passed away. Many in the Anglin family have held onto the belief that John and Clarence survived the escape. They also believe
also
the
think
photo
they did.
shows John and Clarence.
Well, I don't know
An expert
about that.
connected with the History Channel show concluded that the photo
These
showed the
sunglasses look
Anglin brothers.
photoshopped.
The U.S. Marshal's Office
he's wearing a
investigated the
blindfold.
claim. Their experts do not believe the photo depicts John and Clarence. However, They acknowledge that a solid determination isn't really possible given the age and wear to the photo and the fact that the subjects are wearing sunglasses.
Their execution of this plan was so impressive that I know it's technically not.
Cooperated with officials in the search,
It's Prime
finishing
Tetris,
serving
Anthony,
his
and
sentence
Resub.
across 3 different
Sefnik-
prisons following Alcatraz,
Sefnica?
and was released in 1967. But he remained free for only 1 year before landing himself concurrent sentences of 5 years, 1 to 3 years.
Oh,
and
nice. Good
life
work,
for
Alan.
grand larceny and robbery. He died in 1978. Alcatraz shut
Classic
down
Alan
in March
West.
1963, less than a year
Yeah,
after the
maybe the team
England
gives
Morris
subs red,
escape.
and they give
The
sub
FBI
Jordy.
officially closed their case on the
you, Red.
1962 escape from
Appreciate it, man.
Alcatraz on December 31st, 1979, over 15 years after their investigation began. However, they add, quote, "It's one mystery we'd all like to solve," end quote.
I did
The
solve
case
it.
is
They're
expected
alive.
to remain open with federal marshals until either the fugitives are
Case
arrested,
closed.
evidence of their deaths is found, or the fugitives reach 99 years of age. In the end, nobody truly knows if the enterprising bunch of Alcatraz escapees completed their journey, or if their midnight voyage
Thanks,
was
Stove.
evaded.
Thanks to Tier
For
1.
now, the
the
case
last.
remains unsolved.
We've watched it Airfall. I've been big into Melody Sheep recently. That's a cool plan. Ruined a bit by BuzzFeed, but at least we still got the gist of it. FBI finally solved the Great Prison... What? No fucking way they solved it. That would have been big news. Thanks to resub Yeller. Please don't donate to recommend things. Again, please just put it in the chat. It's much better that way. Thanks to resub Poke. I don't know why everyone keeps recommending Jim Browning. I like his videos, but they're not exactly like the most thrilling things to watch for just chatting night. Unless he's like really amped it up recently. I think he's great, and I love what he does, but it's not exactly what I'd want to watch for just chatting night, but we'll give it a whirl. It's mainly, from the ones I've seen, like a lot of explaining and coding, really. And I also saw this from Mark Rober. But we're here, so we'll do it. Chat keeps recommending it. Thanks to resub Pfizer. So which one? Thanks to resub Anahana. Scam pop-up. Spying on the scammers. Okay. Let's see, which one? Where's that? Spying on the Scammers, part 1 of 4. I don't know if I've seen this one. I've seen a few of Jim Browning's work, but I don't know if I've seen this one.
This building in southwest Delhi holds a dark secret. The building houses Fairmart Travels, an
Thanks, Mark.
innocent-sounding travel
The bit
agency,
soul.
except that it's just a front for a scamming business. And to the rear of the building, in a secret office, there's a room full of scammers. And incredibly, I've been able to see exactly what they do through their own CCTV.
Fuck yeah.
Yes, sir. I can. Yeah, I'm still there. Yep.
So you're lying about that? Are you?
Thanks to the
What's
resub
going on
Trixie.
here?
Well, I hope you're kidding about that, man.
What's going on? Hello?
Allow me 1 minute, sir. I'm just checking that for you, okay? Yeah, please stay on the line.
So hello?
He's calling in
This
for
scammer
backup.
calls himself Mark Robinson, but his real name is Chewin. And yes, I'm watching him live on his
Hello?
own CCTV.
Hello?
Hi.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what's all this about?
Hi.
Stopped services then when they should be running? I don't get it.
Yeah, sir. Sir, you need to go ahead and get it fixed, and there will be a one-time charge, sir, okay?
He's
So
getting
hold on,
nervous.
Why would you charge me when there's nothing wrong? That's quite normal.
No, there are certain technical thing that has to be fixed.
Technical things. Go on, try me. I'm quite technical.
I'm sorry, sir, but there will be a charge. If you want, we can fix it.
But
Or if you don't want, I can go out
He's
of the
pretty
computer,
good.
No problem.
Just pay
No,
it.
I just want to know what's wrong.
We need the diagnosis
I mean,
of the
you're a
computer
technician,
problems.
so
Pay
tell
him.
me what's wrong.
Only he knows.
Sir, I'm just a junior level technician. We need to assign the case to the senior level technician.
You're about to see one of the most
Thanks for
comprehensive
the long
views
time of
of
watching
the
then,
inner
Sheep. Thank you,
workings
man.
of one of these scam call centers ever seen on YouTube.
Any chance you saved any of those
Critical
old
alert
Gears of War
from
videos? Did you save
But
any?
let's start at the beginning. How exactly did I find out that Fairmart Travels were behind this pop-up scam? Like most scammers, they buy fake and malicious adverts. These adverts claim that your computer has a virus and it will lock your PC.
I remember the first time I encountered one of these, I panicked.
You to ring the number which is shown on screen. And
I believe it was on
possible
RedTube,
just
actually.
to close this window. On top of this, a very loud warning will play in the background.
Security message. Your computer has been locked up. Your IP address was used without your knowledge or consent to visit
perhaps,
websites
Julian.
that contains identity theft virus.
If you've not encountered anything like this before, you can see how it's possible that some people will phone the number in the hope that they can get rid of what looks like a virus. Of course, there's nothing wrong at all, it's all just to encourage the phone call. And if you watch my channel at all, you'll know that I deliberately phone these numbers. I have
Nice.
my PC set up in a way that if they attempt to scam me, and they usually run a very set script, I will reverse this connection and gain access to the scammer's PC. So when
My
they did try to
man.
steal money from me, they described their organisation as iTech Securities. This would turn out to be one of many aliases which Fairmont Travels will use. And the method they used to take these payments was through PayPal. Something
It's
that would
incredible
allow
how
me to trace
scamming
the scam
has, like,
payments
real
right back to
businesses.
the managing director. And when I gained this reverse access,
This
the thing that
full-time
was immediately
scam
apparent
centers. Really
was
impressive
that
shit.
they had CCTV. This would provide a fascinating insight as to how their operation worked and what the layout of the building was. This would prove very useful for identifying who
Thanks
they
for resub
were.
loan staff
On
in
the
the Prime,
basement
Lucia.
floors, there were server rooms, a kitchen and a canteen. The CCTV around the main gates of the building showed that there were guards present. This isn't unusual.
Work with a
in
Fortune
certain
500
large
bank and
buildings
we
in
lost
Delhi,
almost a
but
mil
it
to
did show
scams.
exactly what the road and surroundings looked like.
Really? Like, the scams are usually, like,
Watching
super
people
easily
walk
avoidable.
around the place,
Do
I
people
got a
at your
good
bank
sense
just,
for
like,
the
click
layout
every
of the
email they
building.
get?
This person, for
Sexy
example,
singles in your area?
is walking around the first floor, and this is to the rear of the premises. But most of the cameras indicated
No, I know it's mainly
that
old
this
people,
was
but at a
proper
bank?
office building.
How does that happen?
There were lots of people working on desks with computers, and certainly in the main building, on floors 1 to 3, it didn't seem to be that
What's
there
that motivational quote? In business are never done by one person, they're done by a team of people. Steve Jobs. Well, it's almost fitting that Steve Jobs is the motivation for the entire scam center, I guess. Wild.
were any scammers present. These were real workers doing real jobs
Thanks to the
in
recent
probably
intervention
a
in Xavier.
real travel agency. But there were another 2 floors
The
which were
resub
covered by
moist-
CCTV, which didn't seem to have anything to do with the main office building. There was one of these floors where I was certain that the scammers were
You
present
keep recommending
in one
Script
room.
Kid. I said
So I
maybe,
needed a
don't
bit
know.
of help. Someone who
But
could
don't
photograph
donate
the
to
outside
recommend
of
it,
the
man.
call centre and try and find out where the second building was. So I called on my friend Carl Rock. Like me, Carl exposes
Well,
scams
good luck, already
in
dead, and
India,
thank you, man.
and I urge you
Thanks
to
to
check
resub,
out
never
his
sleep.
channel. In the top right hand corner, you'll see a link to his version of this video. And after Carl shot this footage, I noticed that there was something that appeared on one of the CCTV cameras.
Is it the world's worst bus driver who's blocking the entire fucking road? This looks like a scene out of Mission Impossible where, like, all the bad guys are gonna storm out and steal the president or something from the fucking cavalcade. Like, what is this? This guy needs to be arrested. Fuck the scammers. Let's get this bus driver.
From the CCTV, I could see that there's a roof garden right outside the room that the scammers operated in. And lo and behold, right behind the Fairmart building was another building with a roof garden. Fairmart had only recently installed CCTV, and it was
Thanks to
during
Prime.
that installation
Resub
process
James.
that the camera was briefly fixed
The
on
Prime
that
Lee.
roof garden. Eventually, the camera would be turned round to a static position in front of the offices where the scamming took place. So Carl very kindly took a second lot of drone shots of the building behind Fairmart. This is where their scams operated from.
Nice.
This is one of the cleverest but sneakiest ways of disguising the fact that you're a
Prime
scamming
way.
group. If the police ever did raid the main building, they would only find legitimate computers and legitimate offices. And I could see that it was the alleyway between the two buildings that was being used by scammers to move between the legitimate and illegal offices. The people who were employed to run the scams didn't even need to use the front door of the
Prime
normal
Toasty.
office. All very clever. But the CCTV didn't have any audio, but I could see them using remote access software.
Thanks, Prime Rude Boy.
Here, this scammer is using GoToAssist, and even sometimes the pop-up which would appear on their victims' PCs. But although their CCTV didn't record any audio, they happened to record audio on a different system called Ringba. This is their VoIP provider, which allowed them to use UK and US phone numbers, but it had the advantage where every phone call they received was recorded.
Nice.
You would have good reason to wonder why a travel company would run a campaign called USA Blue Screen of Death or UK Adult. And because they recorded all of their calls, I could listen in on some of them.
For calling support, my name is Alwyn. How can I help you today?
I just got an important security message. It says my computer's being shut down.
What were you doing on the computer when you got this message?
Is this edit? Oh, we can only
Can you
hear
lower
his
down the volume of your computer?
Thanks for 5 gift
So
subs,
since
Magenta.
I had all
Thank
of
you.
their audio files, all I
Appreciate it.
needed to do was take the timestamps of the audio and match them to the timestamps of video.
Oh.
This would allow me to see other people being scammed.
God damn, that's thorough. What is this background? Are we sure we're in a scam center? Is this just maybe a pornography headquarters? Also, when you think of like crime and shit, the movies have you believe that everyone's like really cool looking, like trench coats and sunglasses, and then you actually look into like a crime ring and everyone just looks like a bunch of nerds. Like, I feel like after this, they went home and just started rolling D20 dice and having a blast. Just committing crime by day and D&D by night, huh, boys?
Thanks for your call. You're speaking with Luke. Can we help you?
Hi, I was just trying to watch.
Both ears are needed for the audio? Well, that's rough because this is broken. Oh well. Needs to be some cheese house in the Prime Blitzed.
It's telling me it's locked and I have to call security.
Okay, and what were you trying to do on this computer?
I'm watching movies.
Is this your personal computer or it's a family computer?
It's a work computer.
It's work computer, okay. So you can
Turn on mono audio in Windows. I'm not Jim Browning. Your hacker man lingo and jargon means nothing to me.
do you have any IT guy?
I don't know how to do that.
Sorry?
Nor do I want to learn.
Do you have any IT guy in your work, in your office?
No, I'm at home now. It's,
Thanks to Resub
I brought
Hunter
my work
and
laptop
Fun
home.
Guy. Not yet, Fun Guy.
Okay, because there will be a one-time charge if we fix something online
Good
today for
news.
you.
That's good news.
If there's any software issues, there
Thank you,
will be a one-time charge.
Glad it healed.
So will that fine for you? Are you the authorized for that?
Why would my computer be locked in the first place? I was just watching movies.
Thanks to Resub Eat.
There would be some viruses which download from that online movies website.
Oh.
Yes. So I have to
So
check
what
the
do I do
computer
now?
I have to check the computer, and according to that there would be a one-time charge that would be the diagnosed charge, and if there is any other issues they will be charged according to that.
Why is he sniffing his fingers?
The minimum which is diagnosed
Smells
charge
like my
will
asshole.
cost
Yeehaw.
around £50.
And if I don't have £50 to pay?
Then you can take this computer to local store or a local technician.
No. Alright, thank you.
Okay, fine.
That was easy. Thanks, Reset Hypnotoad.
And because I could see what the supervisor was monitoring, I could also see the scammers' names. The green colour meant that someone was engaged in a call with a victim, and the orange colour indicated that a person was waiting on a call. And, depending on the day and the time, there could be anything from just 2 agents to 22 on the floor.
Thanks, Reset Lexine.
And when they answer their phone, they would of course never give their real name. They would always give a fake English-sounding one. So I thought I would phone them up and try and work out which name they would use and
This
see the
guy's all
faces
alone.
on the CCTV.
But I'm hoping I can reach that guy, whatever his name is.
We got him, pussy. Hit him with some Xbox Live shit. Go wild on him.
So this guy called himself Jerry. But of course, when the office was busier, it was much harder to work out who I was speaking to, so I needed another tactic. I would deliberately change my desktop background to something really obvious.
Now type help me all in one word.
Help me.
And then allow one of their scammers to connect to my PC. And once the scammer had remote access to my computer, I'd simply use their CCTV to see who was looking at the monitor with the purple screen.
That's so smart, holy shit.
Fully connected with you. You can see my
This guy would make the ultimate anime villain.
Yeah, I see that. Right, okay.
Right, so you
So-
do not have to worry about anything, sir. You're talking to Windows certified technician, so I'm just gonna
Holy
find out
shit.
first of all if anything's wrong on the computer system. So how long have you had this computer, sir? Like how old is this computer?
I think it's only a year old or something.
Okay, just
Sorry,
a year old,
sorry,
right?
just who
So let
am
me
I?
just
Who am I
check.
talking to here?
Thanks, Resub Corp.
This is Chris Young, sir. I'm a Windows certified technician.
And so now I knew what the person who called themselves Chris Young looked like.
You might be using. I'm sorry.
Is this Microsoft
No, sir.
or who
I'm.
am?
It
Who's
has
the prime?
nothing to do. It has nothing to
Levy
do with the
and
Microsoft.
Ofka?
It's a Windows support. I believe you are using a Windows computer.
Unfortunately, some of the CCTV cameras were set up worse than others, and when I switched to the like of camera 5, it gave a bit of a distorted and black and white view, but it was still enough to see who I was speaking to.
The exact problem going on the computer system,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So why you
Is
got
it
the
tier
number
1
on the computer
Scarecore
screen
or
is
Scarcore?
because when you first bought the computer, the securities of this computer was registered.
But the camera was more than good enough to watch the scammers squirm whenever they were challenged.
I hope you're not breaching Microsoft's copyright here. Because if you put a window up saying Microsoft at the top, and you're not
Okay. You're
Microsoft.
thinking that way. What you can do, sir? What you can do? What
Well,
do you want to do? What do you
well, I
want to
don't
do
know.
about
I think
that?
I should
If
be
you
going
think
to.
I'm breaching your
Thanks, Resub
security
Slime and
system,
So Straight.
No, I think you're impersonating Microsoft, and I think you're
what do you want?
trying to scam people. That's what I think is going on here.
Okay, so now you're in that pod right now, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, you've lied to me about what not
Thanks to
stopped
tier
showing.
1
I'm gonna show
Jamar.
you all the services, sir.
So the services should be stopped,
I'm
as you
gonna show
well
you all
know.
the services, everything.
Yeah, some of them should be started,
I'm
and
sorry?
some of them should be running, and some of them should be stopped because they should be started manually. So what are you going to show me here?
I'm not gonna show you anything, sir. You can. This is your computer. You can do whatever you want. Is there anything else you want to ask? Anything else you have any doubt?
Yeah, I want to know
Insult
why you
him!
scam people.
Insult him! Oh, he should have
Why
gone
is
much
it-
harder.
But there are hundreds of victims of this crime, and I want to do something about
Your
it. So for the
shirt
first
looks
time
like
ever,
shit
I've
right
shared
now, and
this
then just start
footage
calling
with
him
a
out.
UK documentary team.
Describe
called
what he's
Panorama.
wearing.
That
Pretend to
team
be a
were able
god.
to travel to India to confront the owner of this call centre, and I've left a link to their video in the description below. By sharing the footage, I'm hoping that more people can be made aware of these
Thanks to
scams,
resub
and
Uncle
hopefully
Tiny.
some will be prevented. If you're a patron of mine, you can already see the first 3 parts of this video on Blurred. But for the public YouTube videos,
Makes it
I
tier
have
one,
to blur
Justin.
some of the details to meet YouTube's privacy policies. In part 2 of this 4-part video series,
sorry,
you're
you
going
hear
to
that,
see
Uncle
what
Tiny?
these scammers do every day, how their shifts work, how they get paid, how they get to and from their offices, and if they're really trusted. And in part 3, we're going to follow the money.
Thanks to
It's
Resub
not the
Faith,
call
bro.
centre workers who make most of the money, so exactly where does it go? Who's the brains behind the organisation, and is it just one type of scam that they're involved with? Find out in part 3. These videos
This
on
was a
YouTube
lot
will
cooler
always
than
be
I
free.
thought.
However, if you would like to support me in my efforts against scammers, here is a link to my Patreon channel. There you
Nice. Well, fuck it. We'll let it ride. That was a lot more interesting than the other ones I saw. I always love people that bust scammers, but that was pretty fucking cool. That was a different level. I wish he was more mean, though. Like, if I had the ability to go into, like, the scammers' fucking cameras and watch them live, I would absolutely pretend to be, like, an omniscient force. Like a fucking god. Describing their shit, going over their sins. And just do, like, a... kind of like how a psychic cold reads. I just start doing cold reads on them. Get them on edge. Alright, let me take a pee. A little tinkle real quick. Thanks to the resub Yoshi. I'll be right back. I'm back, team. Thanks to the resub Bald Might, Wave, and the Prime Marley. And Bits again, Lolman. No, we're gonna do part 2 now. I wanna see part 2. Now I'm invested in this call center, like, personally.
In part 1 of this 4-part video series, I showed how Fairmart Travels
Yeah, it's been
operated
good,
a
Aaron.
secret
I'm all caught up on
scamming
Wonder
call
Egg.
centre to the rear of their normal premises. Fairmart Travels use pop-up scams to generate calls and revenue. They will require remote access to a victim's computer, but in my case, I was
Thanks to
able
resub
to
Candy
reverse
Kate,
this
Aiden, and
access
Hamburger,
and get
and the Prime
visibility
Chicken.
of their computers. And very unusually, I could see that this operation had CCTV. I could see how their scams worked. And in this video, you're going to see how
Thanks,
they went
resub Swift.
about scamming thousands of people in the USA, UK, and Australia. Everyone in this room is a scammer. There are 28 seats, and the area in the corner is for the operations managers. These operations managers facilitate the scams, and they will monitor every PC
Thanks to
in
the
this
Prime
room.
Crispy and
here
resub
is
Bipo
that
and
view.
Monray.
The supervisors will see every PC
thanks,
which
Rippy,
is
sounds
switched
cool.
on in the office. Some of the scammers will waste their time on the likes of websites like 9gag, while others will be looking at the inbound calls and yet more registering customer information on a database that they call TechnoSpine. And this screen shows them preparing documentation for their victims. They will also keep an eye on the inbound calls. And here's their view of those calls. The ones coloured green are agents engaged in calls, red away from their desks, and yellow sitting waiting.
How much does a scammer get paid? Probably fucking nothing.
Management team via Skype.
It all goes to the
Here's
top level, I bet.
Speaking with Amit Chowan. He's the managing director of Fairmont Travels and the sister company Adrit Technologies, but there'll be much more about him in the next video. But the most important job of the supervisors was to take the payment information and put them into spreadsheets. They had different payment gateways and processes depending on whether the payment was a check or by card. And they would use various company names.
I don't need
Here's a WhatsApp message sent to the supervisor telling them that they would change their name from Shankar Consulting to RAM PC Support. This happened literally overnight.
Damn, this guy is getting dono-walled hard.
Consulting became known as a scam operation. A Google search of Shankar Consulting shows that the business looks to be associated with scams. So looking at the checks written by their victims, you can see the name changing regularly. There was Charge 1, Shankar Consulting, and RAM PC Support, all in the space of just 1 year. But only a small proportion of their payments came from checks. The vast majority were through a payment gateway, and here you can see one of the supervisors summarising last night's takings. He's sending a WhatsApp message to Sahil Garg, who's the chief financial officer.
Wow.
In a single day, they make over $14,000
Holy
using
shit.
their Chinese gateway PES, Arabesque, eChecks, PayPal, GPC,
Tier 1 gave and
resub
resub
those figures were fairly
resub Nick.
typical. Here's the month of March last year, and it shows that they made nearly $400,000 in that month. Fairmont
Holy shit!
$3 million a year in scams.
Holy
but
shit!
Most of that $3 million doesn't go to the people working on the floor. Here on the right is Amit Sindhu. He is the operations manager for Adra Technologies.
That's not bad.
The bonuses that each agent's entitled to. They will receive an incentive, a bonus payment for just how much money they make, and this will be a fixed value of rupees. This will be added to their fixed salary, and at the end of the week and month, they will receive their bonus. But they will only typically make about $300 or $400 for every 10 to...
Look at this guy! Fuck, 13.6k sales? This is the employee of the month. This guy is crushing it. That guy must be really suave on the phone. He probably just asks for money and nothing else, and there's like, shit, alright, fine.
The $20,000 in sales. And of course, you wouldn't expect these sort of payments to appear on any books. So here in the corner is the operations manager counting out some of the cash
I don't know about that, Julian.
To some of the
Thanks for the bit,
on the floor. It's vitally important that none of this sort of activity shows up on the company accounts, so they will always use cash. And indeed, there seems to be generally trust issues anyway with the scammers and the operations management. At the start of every 12-hour shift, every agent must leave their mobile device in a side office. This prevents anyone doing any recording. This is fairly typical for scam operations. They wouldn't want to be blackmailed by anyone who had...
So why do they have CCTVs in a scam center?
Fortunately for us,
what could that possibly do for them?
CCTV, so we can just see...
Just to hard monitor their workers?
Only at the end of the shift are they allowed to reclaim their mobile devices. But it can be quite boring whenever you're a scammer and you have to run a very set script. Here on the bottom left is a scammer who calls himself Nelson. Even when he's talking to one of his victims, he gets so bored, he actually sits and plays Pac-Man.
An even more boring game, come on.
Multitasking.
Play something cool.
Make sure, is it like a laptop
like RuneScape.
or a regular desktop computer?
It's a laptop, Microsoft.
Laptop, right, Microsoft. And which window are you running on it? Is it like Windows 10 or like the previous version?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Windows 10.
10, right. So anyway, you don't have to worry, right? See, sometimes what happens whenever we browse anything over the internet, okay? By any chance, if you might have clicked on any kind of bad link or some kind of unknown or unsecure site.
He will continue his Pac-Man game until the time that his victim runs the remote access software. Only at this point will he give up gaming and try and persuade the victim that she's got a virus.
Thanks, the Prime
You can
scrambled.
see the picture of the fake virus message very clearly on the victim's screen.
1 minute here. So, like, how old is this computer? Do you know?
I buy for her from 7.
Alright. So, over as far as I can see, I'm not pretty sure on which website was exactly. I need to go ahead and check that out for you, okay? Please be with me.
Oh, okay.
But all of these scammers needed GoToAssist. That's the software that they use to remotely access their victims' PCs, and I was able to observe exactly how they get their hands on the software. The agents would ask the supervisor for a username and password for GoToAssist. They would create
It's pretty
these on a
thorough.
daily basis. They would simply create brand new disposable email addresses and use those to sign up for a trial version of GoToAssist. This makes it far too easy for scammers just like Fairmart to abuse the GoToAssist software. If there were a
Holy
better
shit.
process for restricting the use of this trial version, I'm certain sure the software wouldn't be abused as much as it is.
I really feel like in today's climate, scammers don't need to go through all this much effort. You could probably just say, I will fix this if you give me money. And then give them a place to send money, and they will do it without question. Like, look at what happened when people just posted, I will double your Bitcoin. Like, just random YouTube channels just posted live streams and videos saying, I will double your Bitcoin, send your Bitcoin here. And they made hundreds of thousands. You remember when they hacked Elon Musk, Bill Gates, and all that? All they said is, send us your Ethereum and Bitcoin, or I think it was just Bitcoin, to this address, and we will double it. And they made so much off that shit. This is so much effort for dumb people. Just say, give us money, we'll fix it, bang. That's how I'd run my scam call center. Just save time. If they say no, wasn't worth the effort, move on. Someone will say yes. Like, absolutely. Work smarter, not harder, idiots. Shit scammers.
If anyone from GoToAssist watches these videos, please take note of how the software is regularly abused by scammers. Please do something about this. And Fairmart were involved in more than one type
Thanks, the
of
Prime
scam.
Flack.
You've seen the pop-up
I appreciate it. Well,
scams
thank you,
already,
Sauron.
but here, courtesy of this guy's WhatsApp, you can see that they were doing outbound calls as well. They seemed to target the people who had already fallen for scams.
Dear user,
You really
access
think that if you
records
fell
and
for it once, it would never
suspicious
happen
activities
again.
on your network. Your personal information may get stolen. So please
I'm not
do
doing
log
mono
into your
audio, I'm
email
fine.
and banking. To report this issue, please contact Windows Support at 1-855-482-2885 or press 1 to speak to our agent.
And they would also pretend to be Amazon and send a lot of fake emails out. Although I don't have the original email, this is an actual voice recording of Luke, who we saw earlier, trying to persuade a victim that he really is Amazon.
Thank you for calling Amazon. This is Luke. Can I help you?
Yeah, I was just getting a email said I ordered a TV, but I did not.
Alright, sir. Just give a moment. Let me check. And when
Yeah,
did
I
you
watched
receive
the Mark
this
Rober
email?
collab.
Today at 3:48.
Thanks to
May I
Resub
have the email
Guns.
address?
Let's see, my email address is
Oh, sweet. Thanks, Guns, and thanks to Resub Ghost Pro.
Very sneakily, what Lalit does here is enter the password reset routine for Amazon. He types the victim's email address, then asks him for the one-time PIN.
I'm going to send you a one-time verification code, okay?
Oh,
Your
no.
email, just to verify that I'm talking to the right customer, okay?
Okay.
So please check your email and give me the code.
Oh, no. Don't
If
do
anyone
it.
ever asks you to read out a one-time PIN, it's almost certainly going to be a scam. Always be on the lookout for this. If you're a patron of mine, you can see the whole audio of this scam happening from beginning to end. But this type of scam is all about getting a gift
Damn,
card
what is
from
that
the
Pixel
victim.
Dome? Sounds
They will
wild.
describe it as a security card, but scammers prefer gift card numbers these days because the money can cleanly be laundered and it's very difficult, if not impossible,
Thanks to Gift Sub
to get
Mysterious.
that money back. And because these are 12-hour shifts, depending on how many pop-ups or which type of emails have sent out, it can get very busy and people will regularly walk around offering tea and coffee.
Oh, that's sweet.
But of course, with the CCTV there, I can't resist the opportunity to phone up Fairmart Travels and challenge some of the scammers on the floor. I'm going to be speaking to this person. He gives his name as Travis.
Get
Bailey,
ready,
but
Travis.
his real name is Susan.
Let's go. Fuck him up, Jim.
Thank you for calling support this side, Travis. How can I help you?
Hi,
Thanks
yeah,
to
I've
resub
got
sync.
like a computer lock warning message in front of me, and there's like a beeping sound that says to ring this number.
Like what exactly you were doing on the computer, sir, when this happened?
So I was trying to watch a movie, and it's just
Okay.
stopped, and it's kind of beeping away at me here.
No problem, sir. I will check that for you. Can you please confirm me your first and last name?
Yeah, it's Dilbert Goggenspine.
That's a good name.
Okay, and the computer that you have, is it a laptop?
Damn,
or
they
it's a
all
desk?
play Pac-Man.
Yes,
Everyone
he's
in the
playing Pac-Man.
everyone in this call center is playing Pac-Man. Holy shit.
Sir, just do one thing, sir. I will just check what exactly wrong is going on. Look onto your keyboard.
But instead of following his instructions, I decide to ask him who exactly they are.
I could find a website here. What website am I looking for?
If you talk about my company's website, it's iTech, iTech, ITECH hyphen security. That's our website.
So I can find it on my phone here.
Yeah, just please find it, sir. Just take your time and find it.
Right, so I've got like a website here, iTech Security Technical Support, and there's a USA.
Oh,
UK
true,
number.
Blocked applications.
Yes, sir. And on the very bottom, sir, you will find my headquarters as well in UK.
Right, so you're in the UK, yeah?
Plymouth address.
You're in the UK.
No, right now we are located in California.
Right, so what time is it at California? Hello?
What kind of question is that, sir?
I don't believe you're in California. I think you have to look it up.
Damn,
Sir,
blasted.
I'm not here to answer these kinds of questions, sir. Sir, what is the time in California?
Well, you don't know it because you're not there, are you?
Sir, how can you tell that we are
Checkmate.
not in California, sir?
Because
Our
you'd be able to
headquarters
answer
are based in San Jose, California.
You'd be able to answer it straight away. Instead, you're like...
It's 6 o'clock in California, sir.
So you had to look it up.
It sounds like you're playing Pac-Man. Say it, Jim. I want to see how he
Sir,
reacts.
why will I look it up, sir? We are not allowed to. We are not. I'm just wearing my watch.
I was severely tempted to stop playing Pac-Man.
Oh, come on, Jim.
Some more on his location.
Jim, come on.
If you're in San Jose, what does
Say
the
it.
center...
Say it.
What's the central road in San Jose called?
I'm not here to answer these questions, sir.
Okay, that tells me everything I need to know. If you really lived there, you would name one restaurant anywhere at all
Prime,
in
heck.
San Jose.
Let me tell you one thing, sir. Let me tell you
Just
one
name
thing.
me one
I'm
street.
an Indian.
One
okay,
street.
and my headquarters.
Are you?
I beg your pardon?
Are you in San Jose or not?
Definitely, sir.
Okay. Can you name me one restaurant in San Jose?
Quickly Google it. Wait, that's... What the
Without
fuck was
looking
that?
at Google.
Why should I tell you these questions, sir?
Because you'd be able
Why
to
should I
answer it
tell you
straight
these
away
questions?
without Googling it.
Thanks for the bits, Danny.
No, I'm not Googling it, sir. And I'm not even telling you.
Okay, so name me a restaurant in San Jose.
What did he type in?
Do that. I don't want to.
What did he type in? You just have to type in San Jose restaurant.
These questions. I have many.
Just say McDonald's.
I can find on Google as well.
I know, and that's
But
probably
I don't
what you're
want to
doing.
do that. Because I'm not here to answer these questions. I'm not here to answer these questions.
I should give some Ghost and some Soul
Well, I bet
Calibur.
you're looking at Google right now.
I'm not doing that, sir.
Okay, so name me, I don't know what the railway station is called in San Jose.
I don't know that as well. I said, sir, I don't live in San Jose. I'm
do
an
you live?
Indian. My headquarters are based in San Jose, so I do my job over here.
I used to read some
where do you
Shake and
live?
Drake in Days. No idea, Big
I am
Pick.
an Indian. I said I live in India, but in San Jose we are having our headquarters, so I travel across
Right.
the world.
So sorry, you are in India then?
No, I'm not in it. Right now I'm in San Jose.
Right. So why don't you know anything about San Jose?
Because I love my job, I respect my job. I don't come here to make fun, and I don't come here to travel. I come here to do my job.
So you must live outside the office somewhere.
He's so
Yeah,
confused
it's
right
at
now.
Trimble Road
God damn.
Trimble
in San
Road.
Jose.
Trimble Road is where your headquarters are. I'm asking even to name the street that you live in.
Sir, if I am living in Trimble Road, definitely my headquarters is there as well, sir.
So you live
181 West Trimble Road.
so you live beside where you work. The same street.
Sir, are you insane? What question you're asking me, sir? If you are having an office over there, definitely you will be there
Yeah,
in the
you
office.
fucking
Why will
idiot.
you
What do
be
you
very
mean? Are you
home?
dumb?
So
Come on,
I'm
it's
just
an
asking
impossible
because I've just
question to
looked
answer.
where Trimble Road is in San Jose.
Thanks to the
Have you
resub
ever seen it
Fano
in
and the
Street View?
Prime
Because I'm looking
Skadoosh.
at it, and it's all offices. There's no residential places there. Have a look yourself.
Yeah,
You plainly
that
don't live
does
there.
not mean that if that does not mean that I do not live over here. We are having a team of almost like 150 to 200 people. We all live in office only, sir.
You live in the office. You sleep in the office, do you?
Yeah.
Really? You have beds in the office? Really?
Yeah.
So you actually sleep there as well, and you don't go out, and you've never heard of any
He
streets
loves
in
his
San
job.
Jose.
He loves his job.
No, let me tell you one thing. Offices in your street might be small, sir,
Thanks to
but
the
in our
Prime
street,
Stefano
offices
and
are very
resub
big.
Jimmy.
I know, I'm looking at it in Street View, and they're all business offices. I just can't believe that you actually sleep in your office as well. And presumably, when you landed
Why
in
didn't you
San
do one
Jose,
thing, sir?
uh-huh,
No. Why don't you do one thing, sir? Okay?
yeah,
Book your ticket to California and come tomorrow to California.
I've been there.
Book your ticket and come tomorrow to California. Why you're looking on the Google, sir?
I'm not looking at Google. I've been to San Jose already. I have friends in San Jose.
He's getting
All I have to
wild.
do is book my ticket to Delhi and visit you there.
Why will you book the ticket to Delhi?
Because that's where you are, I'm sure.
Thanks to the gift sub fancy.
You're wrong. I'm not in Delhi.
Well, why has everybody around you that I can hear got an Indian accent?
There is no. Who said that everyone over here has an Indian accent?
I can hear all the voices around you. There must be people next to you, and they're all speaking with an Indian accent. Why? Why would that be?
What they're saying, sir? No. What they're saying? Can you hear them?
Oh yes,
Can
I
you
can.
tell them what you?
Jim, you need to scare
They
him.
keep saying what you said.
Scare him.
Things like press the Windows key with the letter R.
Tell him to tap the guy's shoulder next to
I
him
just
and
heard
describe
that a
his
minute
shirt.
ago.
No. They're not saying.
Well, they all have
Near me,
Indian
there
accents.
is no one sitting. Only
Thanks to
one
Prime
person.
Swiss and resub
And they're all
Hexadodectagon.
following.
Near me, no one is sitting. Only one person is sitting.
Yeah, but they're all following the old tech support script, scam script. They're all saying press Windows R. Yeah. I think you know this, don't you? Are you still there? I mean, it can't be a difficult.
Tell him
thing
to sit
work
back
this
down
out,
in his
you know.
chair, Jim.
I just can't understand.
And that his
why you're not
bracelets are
honest.
fucking dumb.
I don't want to answer these questions, sir. You have wasted much of my time. Thank you so much.
I haven't really, Travis. I haven't really. I just want to know why you're scamming people. Oh, you cut me off. Yep.
Damn it, Jim. I guess he wanted
And in
to
part
like
3 of this video series,
continue
we
to
follow the
spy
money
on them.
and find out who all the key players are. We can trace all of the scam payments back to this man's PayPal account. We'll find out who he is
I'm
and
so
how
invested.
he sets up his business. And things have moved on since I initially created this video. Now the police have become involved and they've arrested the person at the top here. The company goes by several aliases and they're on screen, and if you think
Rough.
you or a relative has been affected by their
Pussy.
scam, please contact the police on the email address shown here and in the description.
Actually
My aim
fucking
with these videos-
steamrolled. Damn. I wish Jim would just play a little harder. Just a bit. But he's doing like noble
In part 1
work.
of this video series, I showed how Fairmart Travels had a secret scam call center to the rear of their
Thanks
premises.
to Prime, Papa Glock.
Fairmart are involved in pop-up scams, and they also pretend to be Amazon. They will use both these sorts of scams to try and get money out of their victims. In part 2, we saw the supervisor noting just how much money each of the scammers had made, and this would determine their bonus. Their bonus payment was paid in cash. In the corner here is Amit Sindhu.
Thanks to Prime,
He
Zamtro.
is one of 3 or 4 operations managers
And the
for
Tier 1
Adric
Will
Technologies, or as they call themselves, 11 Hub. He's not only responsible for handing out the bonuses, but also making sure that the scams operate as intended. According to Amit's LinkedIn profile, and I suspect this page will be removed soon, he seems to have been working in the company since 2015.
Thanks to Resub Insomnia.
But the person who sits at the top of the chain is also called Amit. On the left here is Amit Chauhan. He is the CEO of Fairmart Travels, and he's the ex-director of Adric Technologies.
Nice.
It's not clear why he's no longer that director, but he was until fairly recently. Indeed, Adric Technologies still have Amit's email address as the contact email for the company.
Thanks to Bitsfiend.
Once this video is released, undoubtedly Amit will try to distance himself from this company. But the scammers were taking payments, and I traced the PayPal payments directly to Amit. This is a screenshot from their PayPal page. It clearly shows that Amit Chauhan is the Chief Financial Officer of Adric Tech, and his business was known by several aliases. Here you can see 24/7 Fix.
Jim's got him.
And when the supervisors would log into PayPal, it was clear that their victims' details were also there. They would send invoices via
Ooh.
PayPal, so I could
That guy
trace
got
all of
fucked
the
up there.
payments from the victims directly to Amit.
Thanks to Prime, Paper Tiger
And the
Infused.
PayPal account showed that thousands of dollars were being transferred from victims in the USA, UK, and
Holy shit, this is all in a single day. All of that whole page was one day. Damn, Amit. Man was fucking banking. How is there this many, like, geriatric octogenarians that fall for this shit? That's crazy.
Australia. And don't forget that this was just one of 5 different payment gateways being used by this company. When the payments came off hold,
Thanks to
they were
Prime Bed,
transferred
Resub
to an
Jackson,
Indian
and
bank
Revenge.
account. But Amit was very careful never to set foot in the scamming offices themselves. Instead, he would meet with the floor supervisors on occasions in his office in the main building. And it was in those offices that Amit masterminded some of the scams that his company would run. Here in Amit's office, he would invite some of his business colleagues. The big guy on the bottom left is called Anuj, and the other guy on the right is called Amar. Between the 3 of them, they run a company called Z-Core Solutions, and here they're discussing some of the next scams that they're about to undertake. Fortunately for us, the only part of the building where the CCTV has audio are his offices, so we're able to pick up on his conversations.
It's like he installed the cameras in order to catch himself.
With the translation.
Classic
I've
Amit.
only highlighted the parts which are in English, so that it's easier to understand. The group
Thanks to
discuss
Tier 1
how many
Ash.
agents they'll need, how many days they'll work, what sort of commission they'll get, and ultimately what sort of scams they're about to operate.
Thanks to
Until
Resub
this
Frame.
point, they'd mostly been running pop-up scams, but here the suggestion is to run the refund scam and pretend to be Amazon.
So the lesser the people know of this, it will become our job easier.
And not only was the work to be kept a secret, here they're discussing how they do the Amazon scam.
You were just connected to the, I'm from the business department, you were just connected to the technician.
The
Ooh,
Amazon
thank you to 10
scam
gift subs,
is becoming
Komodo.
more and more common.
Thank you,
They
Komodo.
will
Appreciate
send
it.
a lot of bulk emails and pretend to be a billing department of Amazon. The order will contain the victim's name, but of course it's all fake. They just want the phone call. When an agent receives this phone call, they will try and persuade the victim that they've got a security or hacker problem. And the way to get around this problem is to go and buy a card. They will describe this as a security card, but in fact the victim would be buying a
Thanks to
gift
Prime.
card, the currency
Cleanup
of
crew.
scammers. If you're a patron of mine, you can hear some recent examples of some of the audio that I've captured.
Yeah, he's good, Foxy.
Scam. And to the outside world, Amit appears like a very successful entrepreneur. Last year, he visited Germany and Amsterdam, Singapore, New York, Las Vegas, Bhutan, Chandigarh, Thailand, and most recently Sri Lanka.
And then even more recently, jail.
He has profound quotes from the likes of Steve Jobs. And this is his birthday cake, which features parts of Amit's life. On the left here is his black Porsche. He has a real one. On the right are some iPads and other Apple devices. In the middle, a laptop. And on the right
I know what
side,
that is, Jimmy.
Lots
I'm
of
familiar.
dollars. And to the
And
right
thank you
of
to
all
10
of
gift
this,
subs, Dev.
this is
Thank you,
main
Dev.
Fairmont
Appreciate the
building.
generosity.
No mention of the secret one out the back. But all the time, his company are scamming older or vulnerable people.
I have MS, and I'm a nervous wreck, and I can't understand a lot. So I'm listening
Don't worry,
real close.
don't be getting nervous, miss, okay? Right now you're in safe hands, okay? That is the reason you're telling me that you won't live for next year as well, right?
Probably not.
No, don't tell me that, miss.
I'm a diabetic, and I'm legally blind.
Okay.
And, I'm pretty.
What the fuck?
Some of the phone calls that I listened into are absolutely heartbreaking, and that was just one of them. I have tried to report Fairmont Travels and Amit Chauhan via the National Cybercrime Portal for India, but this portal just doesn't work. You're supposed to receive a one-time PIN to a mobile number, but it looks as if that part is broken, so I can't even report the crime this way. Instead, and only because I know exactly where the building is and therefore which police service and which district is involved, I reported the crime to the Haryana police. And initially, when I submitted the report, absolutely nothing happened. I didn't even get an acknowledgement email. This was pretty much expected.
Okay.
I've never really had any response from any police service in India. So instead, I did something new.
Thanks to resub Jesse,
I reached out
Underestimated,
to a
and
documentary
Dev.
crew in the UK
And Fruniel.
called Panorama, and I shared my material with them. They have
Thanks
much
to resub
larger
Lil Rock.
budgets than me, and they even had the ability to travel to India to confront the owners, and that's exactly what they did. There's a link in the top right hand corner to that Panorama documentary, and I'll pick up in part 4.
Really smart idea.
Those videos and the documentary went live. But to reuse Amit's favourite quote, this operation can only work if it's run by a team of people, and one of the most important people in that team is Sahil Garg. He is the accountant for this company. And I witnessed the operations managers making their daily reports on how much money they'd scammed the previous day directly.
Alright, Satan. Hope you had a good day.
So I can now put together a picture of the key players in this scam. Top of the tree is Amit Chauhan, and he is the director of Fairmont Travels and the ex-director of Adrit Technologies. The people that he plans the scams with are called Anuj and Amar, and between the three of them they own 2 companies, Z-Core Solutions and CapNerds Venture. Anuj and Amar independently have a different travel company called Travel Matrix and a marketing division called A Square Marketing. They are also co-owners of a nightclub in Delhi.
Jim Browning's like a real-world version of L from Death Note.
He posts lots of this footage inside the nightclub on his Facebook page.
Woo! Let's go!
You have to wonder where all the money came from to buy a nightclub like this.
Wishing a very happy one, Mr. Fungus out here.
And so back to the key players. One of the most important people here we've covered is Sahil Garg, and he is the accountant for all of Amit's businesses, including Fairmont and Adrit Technologies. The co-director of Fairmont is Asif Bhatt. It's unclear whether he has anything to do with the scams, so I've left his face blurred. The 2 people beside him in this diagram are Asif Chowdhury and Amit Sindhu, both operations managers for Adrit Technologies. And finally, at the top of the diagram is another director of one of the companies that Amit owns. Amit's wife Sonia is co-director of CapNerd's payment solutions. It's unclear what this payment solutions business does, but there is a similarly named CapNerd's venture, which is owned by Amar, Anuj and Amit. Given their track record, it's hard not to believe this is associated with scams. But what about Amit's main business, Fairmart.com? Is it legitimate? Well, in 2019, they had a plainly fake address. They claimed to be at an address in Delaware, but when looked at on Google Maps, it was plainly a residential area and not an office location. But since the TV crew became more interested in Fairmart, they've now rented a different office address, this time in Denver, Colorado. I've been told that although they rent this address, they don't seem to meet there very often. But on Trustpilot, Fairmart.com seems to be doing pretty well. 80% of the reviews look like they're excellent, and only a small proportion seem to be poor or bad. But when you look carefully at these reviews, there does seem to be a bit of a pattern. Any of the good or excellent reviews seem to name every agent by name, and the good reviewers only seem to have ever reviewed just one company, Fairmart.com.
No, they were just so passionate.
Don't mention agents by name. The original promised fare is increased, and it seems almost impossible to get your money back. So although I can't definitively prove this, I believe that Fairmart.com are internally writing their own good reviews, and any poor ones are legitimate. But there's one thing that I am sure about, and that's that they pretend to be the reservations for Delta Airlines, and probably seeded their phone number to make it look as if they are the front desk for Delta. The following conversation was recorded in December 2019 and shows just how deceptive Fairmart will be.
Thank you for calling reservations. How may I help you today?
Let's do some hug.
My name is Randy. I'm holding a Delta Sky Miles credit card, and I have a challenge here. I wanted to use points to travel. I'm going for my residency for my doctorate, and I'm coming up short here on points.
I'm surprised he's not playing Pac-Man.
I was told by someone that
He's actually listening.
For those, Delta Sky Miles card holders, that you all might be able to assist me with some points to try and book this flight. So I was kind of.
Sure, definitely. So what I understood here is you would like to book a flight using your points, right?
That's correct, yeah.
Definitely, so I can assist on that. So, okay, how many points do you have, sir?
That's a good question.
Is it tier 1 first form Frieza?
So, to book this flight,
And the resub sniper.
That is fine, sir. I would love to check that for you. Can I have your Delta Sky Miles number?
Up until this point, this Fairmart agent hasn't given any indication that he isn't Delta, and he has no access to any systems which will allow him to look up the Delta Sky Miles details. So what does he do?
Okay, 921.
And can I have the password?
And can I have the password? He's breaking the number one rule of any customer interactions. No legitimate person will ever ask for your password.
Not true.
This is a sure sign that it's a scam.
People
Even
on RuneScape
the real Delta
do.
Airways would never ask their customers for their password. This victim is slightly taken aback by someone asking for his password.
Do they normally give out the password?
Yeah, of course. Without a password, you cannot log in.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Oh my god. How? He's not even like an old man.
This audio, but suffice to
He's
say,
going for his
this agent
doctorate.
Wasn't able to log in despite having the right password, and there may have been security checks which triggered a blocked login. So even if Fairmart do call themselves a legitimate travel company, some of their practices are at best questionable. The reviews are certainly fake, and these practices of asking people for their passwords is probably illegal. I have passed on this information to the Delta Sky Miles team, and hopefully they are able to take action against Fairmart.com. So we're going to leave part 3 with Luke here on the right, chalking up just how much money he's made on this shift. When he writes it up on the board, it should translate into a nice bonus for him. He, together with about 30 other scammers, have managed to scam upwards of $3 million from people all over the UK, US and Australia. He is employed by
He's a tier 1
Android
no
Technologies, an offshoot of Fairmart.com, and they use common infrastructure. They'll typically use Ringba.com and ETITel for their phone numbers, again shared with their main business,
Thanks to the resub is
Fairmart.com.
Aragon.
And once they have scammed people, they will follow up on these scams with other ones. They will claim that there are yet more hackers or problems on people's PCs in order to get yet more money out of their victims. They will pretend to be other companies like Amazon or Delta Airlines in order to extract as much money as possible. So as Lalit goes into the side office to recollect his mobile phone, his company, together with hundreds of others in the Kolkata and Delhi districts, will be undertaking the same sort of scams day in, day out. And it's only when the police in India get serious about this sort of crime will something be done about it. The portal for cybercrime reporting needs to be fixed, and any complaints need to be followed up on. I can provide lots of intelligence for other similar scam call centres. But until this action happens, people here,
I cannot believe that shit,
as he's really called, will be free to do these scams as often as he likes. And not only will he make money, but his boss, Amit, will make money. So as we watch him leave the scam call centre, let's hope that some good at least comes from this set of videos. I certainly intend to expose these scammers for what they do, and if you wish to support me, there's a link to my Patreon channel below.
Alright, we're on to part 4.
I'll always make these videos free, but any support you can give me is most welcome.
Seems like such a
good
good guy.
last part of this video.
Alright, and now the finale. Hopefully it ends with some kind of like crazy shootout, bombs, something wild. A fire perhaps, maybe a tsunami. Like, I want this shit to go full Michael Bay in part 4.
In the first few parts of this video series, I discovered a scamming call centre who had CCTV. I was able to use their own CCTV to watch how they ran their scams. They had a secret office out the back of their main building where around 20 to 30 scammers would operate on a daily basis. They would get bonuses paid in cash for scamming people in Australia, UK and the US. And they would run multiple scams. They would pretend to be Amazon or Microsoft and send out pop-up messages to infect people's computers. But it was only when I started working with a BBC documentary crew that the world had its attention on this scam.
Thank you for holding the line. I really appreciate your time and patience. My name is Chris Lawson.
It's starting to warm where you are.
Yeah, it is very hot here in California.
Thanks for prime dirt.
I'll have to come over there then.
Yeah, please. We'll go to the beaches, you know.
Ah, that'd be nice.
The BBC produced this trailer before their documentary, and it had a huge impact.
We need to repair all the services which got broken, alright?
Yeah, I see that.
Sir, there would be a charge of $12.95, okay?
Oh, bloody hell. Yeah, I heard that.
So let me get it done. Hey, why are you crying, man? You're a very good man. Why are you crying?
I suffer from depression.
No, sir. Everything will be okay. Don't worry, okay?
Yeah.
Now, promise me you won't cry again, okay?
These pictures of scammers laughing at one of their unfortunate victims had a very profound effect on a number of people. And the CCTV caught not just the scammers themselves, but the boss, Amit Chowan. And by tracing the payments from the victims, it led directly to this call centre boss. It also showed him planning some scams and taking advice from others who were clearly experienced in this sort of fraud.
I hope you're doing well, Pile.
Bottom line, that is how we measure our success. We don't give a shit about the customer.
And I was able to show a direct link between the victim's payments and Amit Chowan's accounts. And with that money, he was living a luxury lifestyle.
Yeah, he's on top of the world, baby.
In this trailer, it caught the attention.
It's Amit's world. We're just getting scammed in it.
The story went as far as New Zealand. So when the TV
Thanks, Resub
documentary
Villain.
was broadcast on UK national television on the 2nd of March 2020, it reached a very wide audience. And one of the people supposedly watching was this man. His name is Karan Goel, and he heads up the cybercrime police in Gurugram, the location of Amit's scam call centre. And in under 12 hours from the broadcast of the TV programme, Karan's team raided the call centre.
Woo!
And they went into the right place. They went to the building behind Fairmart where the scammers were located. They also went to Amit Chohan's luxurious home address, and there they picked up some of his laptop equipment. Chohan was living in the DLF Magnolias building in New Delhi. The Magnolias apartment complex was a luxurious location. It overlooked an Olympic-sized swimming
Exit tier 1
pool
link.
and had access to a
They
golf
give some
course.
crunchy.
And Chohan's rent for this apartment was 5 lakh or 500,000 rupees. That's about $6,000 per month. That sort of rent is almost unheard of in Delhi. And according to reports, the laptop contained the scripts which the scammers would use to dupe their victims.
Surely Jim was watching when they raided,
Personal
right?
details
I'd love to
of
see the
those
footage.
victims, including email addresses, credit and debit card numbers, and checks written to one of the many aliases. So as Goel was giving the press conference, he revealed some of the critical details of the arrest.
Do they not have
It wasn't
handcuffs? They're
Amit
just
Chohan
holding
who was
hands.
arrested. Here on the right is Sumit Kumar, who was supposedly the accountant for this company. The newspaper reports revealed that Chohan and Kumar were both college dropouts, and that the police had sufficient evidence to press charges against both. So bizarrely, hand in hand with their arresting police officers, they were paraded in front of the cameras in the
Nice.
police station. So this is obviously an amazing success, something I never thought
Thanks
would
to
be
the gifts of
possible.
Gangbang and No
But
Cat.
honestly, I don't think anything would have happened had I just produced the video on my own. It really needed the extra media attention. But there are still a number of loose ends, particularly how are the victims going to get their money back? Well, there's
That's
at least one
not gonna
good
happen,
story,
I don't think.
because the person who was featured at the start of this video, who lost more than £1,200, has been compensated. But that didn't come through the seizure of assets. Instead, someone who's a viewer of my channel felt so sorry for the man who had been crying and was suffering from depression that he offered to return all of the money that was
Thanks,
scammed to
Resub
him
Ice Pro
from his own
Newsman.
pocket.
Aww.
I've got to keep the victim's details as private as possible, but Rory, on behalf of this entire channel, thank you for being so generous to a complete stranger. And police in Gurugram have asked anyone who thinks they may be a victim of this scam to get in touch via the email address on screen and in the description. But there was more than just
These are the bits,
Chohan and
the
his
Weiler.
accountant involved in this scam. We had CCTV which showed him meeting with some of his business associates, and they were the ones who were able to explain to him how
come.
certain scams would
Friends.
work. And
The
even
door
though they had
of
been
fate.
caught
Oh shit, hey,
red-handed
thanks for the raid.
explaining how those scams
Welcome.
would be set
I've
up,
been waiting
they
for
still had the
you,
nerve to complain
friends.
about the videos which had their faces and names already blurred on YouTube.
Oh, fuck.
So even though I'd been careful to blur out their details, they still wanted
Appreciate
to
the raid.
silence me, and it's understandable. So in a clear abuse of YouTube's privacy policy, they raised this complaint
Welcome.
against me. But I've done absolutely nothing wrong. None of their personal details are revealed, and instead I'm going to put a link in the description to where people can read more about these two characters. But that will of course be outside YouTube. The link will show the evidence that this pair run other scam call centres, and this is how they've got the expertise. Let's just hope that the Haryana police will also take an interest in these two.
And they should
But
fix
the
their
police
website.
themselves have work to do to get their own house in order. The official National Cybercrime Reporting Portal only works
There's the
if
Prime
you've got an Indian
Smash.
mobile number. And not only that, you have to select the specific state because that particular
Yeah, it was a
police
fake
force
raid,
will
it
be the
seems.
ones
Wild.
investigating. Most people
Wild.
will have an IP address
Must
at
have been
best
Amit.
and will not know the exact region and therefore the exact police force to get
I
in
just looked at
touch
the
with.
name.
And it
Thanks
doesn't
to Tier
help
1
when
Walla
the
Wall.
Delhi police admit that it's a difficult crime to crack. Their system should help them. I'm showing a still from the Panorama documentary where they interview one of the police heads in Delhi. He said that very few victims come forward to report the crime, and well, their portal won't help in that respect. and it's also almost impossible to identify the call centre involved, and I totally agree with that. If more people were allowed to legally do what I do, I'm certain sure that a lot of these call centres would be uncovered and more arrests could be made.
Agreed.
But this is why I do what I've been doing. You cannot tell from the phone number or anything to do with the caller ID who is behind the scam. You don't even need a physical telephone line in your office to run these robocall scams. And there are hundreds of these scam call centres throughout India, mostly in the Delhi and Kolkata regions, but also in some of the other major cities. I have reported to the police almost every one of the pins on this map, but until now, nothing has been done about it. So I'm hoping that this series of videos can actually make a real change in India and the Indian police's ability to act on the reports that I send. I still can't encourage anyone to do exactly what I do because it's perceived as illegal. However, when the scammer connects to my computer, I can show 100% of the time that they were trying to steal money from me.
No.
This may not be a valid defense, but at least it will probably discourage a complaint.
Hold on, I can't hear you. One
There may
sec.
be some unexpected benefits.
What? I didn't. I've been using the same one all day.
Benefits of this particular.
Huh? I don't know. I've been using the same one all day. I wasn't even home most of the day, so it's just been the same one. I don't know then.
Particular scam. On
Easy
screen
tier 1,
is
flawless
rescam.org.
in the resub soaked.
Hey, nice to meet you.
And bearded wonder.
Welcome to Rescam.
And what does this system do?
I'm an artificially intelligent email bot made to reply to scam emails.
I'm anyone and no one.
As far as scammers will
nice.
know, I'm you.
And what this bot will do is...
I adopt one of my many personalities.
To continue the conversation of any would-be victim.
I waste their time with a never-ending series of questions and anecdotes.
So that they have less time to pursue real people.
So although
I
this
love that
website
shit.
is geared to automatically replying to scam emails, can you imagine a system which would trap those robocalls and keep scammers occupied with realistic conversations?
They won't know when they're scamming or getting scammed out of their own time.
Is there a
It's bad
sub
for
fire?
business. Deleting a scam email protects you, but forwarding to
Me at rescam.org
protects others.
It's also kind of funny.
So because I've got more than 70,000 recordings of real scams, it may be possible through artificial intelligence to keep scammers occupied when they make phone calls. Obviously these
I
calls
love it.
would need to be anonymized, and there are probably some legal implications of all of this.
Of course, Stove.
But in theory, they could be used to help prevent scams in the future. I'm currently in discussions with a US university to try and do just
Kit
that.
Boga, yeah.
Can we create an artificial intelligence which will keep scammers
There's a tier 1 Luke
on the
rocks.
phone? Imagine an automated version
Hey,
of
there's
Kit
Kit.
Boga or Hoax Hotel. The conversations wouldn't be as funny, but they certainly will be realistic. But since I may never get to see these scammers on their own CCTV again, I'm going to leave you with a little clip with Sam here in the top right being called out by one of his potential victims.
Oh, that's exciting.
Thank you for calling technical department. You're talking to Sam. How can I help
There's a
you?
tier 1 Perry.
Yeah, what is your company name?
Oh, rough. Oh, it's
So
left
the
channel.
company name is Premium Technical Support, and
Yeah,
that is
shit.
based out in California. How can I help you?
Okay, Premium Technical Support.
I can't hear it.
What's your
Right.
address?
Sir, the company is based out in California, San Jose. Alright. So
I'm
if I
not
ask you,
doing
sir, can you
mono
please tell
audio.
me what kind of problem you're facing with the computer?
Yeah, it's a virus.
Will
you
annotations
just
bring it
infected
up? Let's see.
Okay. So if I ask you, sir, can you please tell me what exactly you were doing on the machine when this came
Thanks
up
to
on
the
the screen?
resub, Rhett and tier 1 Perry.
Oh, I don't know. Went to a website, and the next thing I know, it pops up a little box saying to call you bastards with some kind of bribe or, you know.
Okay. And if I ask you, sir, is that the first time that you came across all these issues with, or you had before as well?
Thanks to resub Colonel Chicken.
What's that?
I'm asking, is that very first time that you came across all these issues, or you had before as well in the past?
So what do you want? You want my IP address so you can hack me and make me a remote robot, or what?
No, of course, sir. So why will I do that? I'm not a hacker.
Well, I don't know. Why is your number there?
Because as I said, like might be it's a Trojan attack, or might be you have some infections in your computer who is creating lots of problems inside your machine. So that is why you have the alert with you, so that before it goes anything wrong, you can get it fixed. That's why you got the hour number, okay?
Thanks to resub Sauce.
Alright.
It's not that big of a deal, Skeleton.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Well, I'm just
Right,
curious
so
what scam you guys are running. It's a scam that you're running.
So what do you mean by scam?
Fraud. Fraud, scam, swindle.
The subtitles aren't really helpful.
What are you trying to do?
So like, first of all, let me tell you,
Here,
so
what
you're
kind
not
of f***ing program or whatever are you trying to sell? You're a scammer.
I'll tell you.
You're not even in the
Alright.
United States.
No, yes, we are. If you want, you can come like physically at our place in California.
Well, I'm just curious, what kind of a fraud ad are you running on a website that pops up and threatens people to call your number?
Thanks to resub Broccoli.
If you're a patron of mine, you can see a different ending, one which would be an instant demonetization on YouTube, but is very funny. If you would like to support me
Thanks
on
to Tier 1
there's a
Pingu.
link here and in the description below, and catch me on Twitter at JimBrowning11. Again, thank you for watching.
That was a great series with a very happy ending. Actually went to jail. Fuck yeah. That was good. There's a lot of these channels now, which is, I think, a good thing. It's a really cool trend. At some point, it's going to be like every scam call center is just going to be content for YouTubers to use, and they're never going to get the chance to scam old people anymore. They're constantly being milked for content on YouTube, which is good. Thanks to the gift sub Fiery in the Prime, Wichelli. I don't know about that, Cryo. But here, sure. This.
To date, we know about 3,600 species of snakes, but only
There's
the
the Prime
king cobra
Fudge
can
and
be
Resub
considered a
Perplexed.
stranger among
The
its
Prime
kind.
Evict.
How did this happen? Let's find out. The king cobra is truly a unique species of snake. While the vast majority of them hunt mammals, insects, lizards, frogs, or even fish, this snake has chosen the strangest and most frightening menu. It devours its own kind. And it doesn't even have to choose. Anything that doesn't have time to crawl away fast enough is good enough to eat. And by fast enough, I mean really fast. The cobra itself travels on land at about 3 miles per hour. Plus, it swims quite well. And here's what its typical bout with a beauty rat snake looks like. It's a snake with black and yellow scales. Look, the cobra seems to literally mesmerize its prey, then a sharp throw.
What a weird
For the
snake.
poor rat snake to no longer be able to resist. All that remains is to swallow its prey. The cobra does this without chewing, in one piece. Thanks to its flexible jaws, it can even eat a creature many times the size of its head. Offer a king cobra a Big Mac, it'll swallow it without blinking an eye. Wait, can snakes even blink? And here's the other item on the cobra's menu, the black rat snake. It's slimmer, more...
Well, isn't it every snake?
That doesn't matter. The cobra's gonna eat it anyway.
Thanks to the gift sub Flawless and the Tier 1 Essential
Slowly,
Onion.
and with pleasure, without even waiting for the poison to work. You see, the victim continues to wriggle. Although the cobra has already begun to swallow it, it's literally eating it alive. It's simply impossible to escape from the king cobra. If it goes out hunting, it's sure to find its prey, no matter where it's hiding.
Nice. So it's just a snake that hates snakes. Pretty fucking wild, actually. I don't see why. But good for him. Well, I mean, this would tell me why, but I also don't care to learn. I'm not a big snake guy. Thanks to Prime Kazo. Free food, yeah, I guess. Whew. Thanks to the gift sub again, Fire. Yeah, I still have slaps queued up. It's right here. Thanks to Prime Lustier. Thanks to Prime Bunko. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna take a piss. I'll fill up my water and then we'll do the slap. This is Vasily Kamatsky one. This is from Punchdown 3. That happened a little earlier. It's not like it's like a little over a month. So we'll do that. Let me take a piss, fill up this water, and I'll be right back. Okay, now I'll be right back. You going to bed? Alright, I'm back. Thanks to Prime, Rioni, Spectrum, Neon, and give sub Hoser. Oh. Thanks to resub Blue Wombat. 1 sec. There's a tier 1 Tweezer and the Prime Zentify. Okay, now I'm ready. Okay. Let's run it, baby. Okay, so I don't know how many are in this. I know Vasilis is here though. This is a huge event. Like, just look at the size of the guys in the pictures. The picture can't even capture like the full meat of some of these men. Like, this is like some fucking high octane shit.
a także dwóch mistrzów
There's a tier 1 Sexy Rexy and the tier 1 Pro Ed,
czyli Nowickiego oraz Zalesia. Nowicki jako jedyny będzie ważył poniżej 100 kg, bo zaledwie, choć to dziwnie brzmi, 90, a Zaleś jest jednym z głównych faworytów do końcowego zwycięstwa.
Damn. Is there no captions? I thought there was. Bits Yerky. Yeah, I don't need to understand what they're saying. The slaps are universal. It's a universal language. Pain.
I w tym momencie sędziowie przedstawią nam dzisiejsze zasady.
I really like the production. It's like full WWE.
Najwięcej kontrowersji, kiedy zawodnicy próbują uniknąć swojego ciosu.
Exit Prime,
No więc
Tarantino.
od tej tutaj gali wprowadziliśmy karę, czyli jeżeli zawodnik uniknie takiego uderzenia, które mogło być mocne i decydować o zwycięstwie, jest natychmiastowa kara, która skutkuje przegraniem całej rundy.
Rozumiem, a jakie są pozostałe zasady? I pytam tutaj w imieniu tych, którzy po raz pierwszy...
Okay. Since there's no subtitles, I'll probably just skip around a bit.
Czas na prawdziwe igrzyska. W pierwszym pojedynku
Thanks for said ACDC and the tier 1 Cap Slappa. Good name.
rosyjski mistrz, o którym już wiele
Very
mówiłem,
appropriate for now.
Wasili, The Dumpling, Kamocki.
I understand that, baby. Let's fucking go! The slapping god! Also just a really lovable guy.
Panowie, niech ta scena zapłonie, niech rozpocznie się punchdown!
We've already seen... Oh, I thought it was the next rounds. It's not. It's just the entire first eliminations, I guess. Damn it!
I za chwilę, proszę Państwa, będziemy świadkami pierwszego pojedynku na trzeciej gali Punchdown.
Okay. We haven't seen this one, though. Let it play? I already made a video on the first two fights. I already watched those. I didn't realize this was just like the entire first set of eliminations, so it includes the same ones we already saw. Thanks to Resub Nautilus. But this, from here, we have to wait till part 2 of 2 gets posted. I believe it's going up later this week. Yeah, Punchdown is the Polish slapping circuit. So Slap Fight Champion, US, Punchdown Polish. Vasily fights for the Polish Punchdown circuit. Thanks to the Prime Late Night in the resub Biggie Bin. Well, I'm really excited for part 2 of 2. Punchdown 3 was a big event, so we'll obviously go through all of it as it comes out. I can't fucking wait. Thanks to the Prime Nick. Maybe Poopy. Yeah, I have to say, I'm a little confused on the judge's decision there. Yeah, consistency was on that guy's side, but when that dude threw out, like, that I don't even know what to call that slap. That technique was just so wild. He threw a slap like he was throwing a baseball. When he threw that out, he rattled the fuck out of him. His brain hit every single corner of his skull. I really think it should have gone to the other guy. He's the prime Tannerite in the resub sushi. You keep recommending Radioactive Boy Scout, and you always say that it's not interesting. I think I'll just pass then, man. If you were to set up a streamer slap battle, who's your #1 pick? If there was a Twitch slap battle, like a slap fight championship thing, and punchdown kind of style, if Twitch had a slapping tournament, Tyler1 would be undefeatable. Tyler1 is built for slapping. Tyler1 would never get knocked out. He like his whole neck is like this ultimate defense. It's like the perfect shell. Like Tyler1 is massive, so he would be delivering meat. Tyler1 would be an actual unstoppable force. There would be nobody that even get close to him. I think Tyler1 should, like, in his downtime, when he's not putting 16 hours into League, he's just been, like, maybe 2 hours a month just going to slapping tournaments, taking the belt for an easy payday or something. Put it right into League skins or some shit, I don't know. But he is built. Like, evolution has chosen him to be a slapping athlete. Thanks for 2 gift subs, Lettuce. I've already watched that one, Scar. I think Nick would be very good. Nick Merckx would also be really good. But I'm telling you, Tyler1 would be undefeated. I don't even think he would get rocked by anybody. The only people I can think of that would maybe give Tyler a problem in a slapping tournament would be Canute, maybe Nick Merck, and then potentially Train, depending on if Train's going to come out there with, like, crazy energy. But at the end of the day, I think when the dust settles, Tyler1 would be absolutely on top. Thanks to the Prime. Polyphony. And the resub, at least 10 babies. Where would you fall on it? I'd lose first round to anybody. There's like a 14-year-old streamer on Fortnite. He would beat my ass. Like, I'm not good at combat. I would lose. I'm way too afraid of pain. I'd throw in the towel. Assuming I don't black out, it's just the anxiety of getting slapped. He's a tier 1 Laz Bunny and the Prime Piper. This has to be one of the dumbest sports I've ever seen, coming from someone who loves MMA and martial arts in general, but I don't get why people are hyped for this shit. Because it's fun? What do you mean? What a fucking stupid take. It's fun. It's enjoyable. Why do you like MMA? When they're on the ground, like, touching each other's assholes and shit, are you just, like, analyzing the technicality of each move? No, you're just having fun. It's the same reason. That's a really dumb take. It's the same reason every sport is popular. Because it is fun. Thanks to Prime Ferguson. If it wasn't, you'd end up with sports like golf and cricket. Thanks to Resub Dreadnought. Golf is fun to play. I'm talking spectator-wise, which is what he was calling out, saying, why do people get hyped for it? Nobody likes to watch golf. Thanks to Resub Poyo. And everyone loves Ray. Appreciate it, Ezzy, and probably not tonight, man. Please don't donate to suggest things. You can just put it in the chat. I prefer just reading chat for it. Thanks to the bits, Cap. Curling is the most... Oh, I totally forgot about curling. Yeah. Anything in the Winter Olympics, I never even, like, think of. The Winter Olympics has, like, the goofiest sports I've ever seen. Thanks to Tier 1, Charlie's Wet Socks and the Prime Pineapple. Where would you place Greek and S-Fan on the streamer slapping scale? I don't know. I'd have to really think about that and analyze their power. All I know is neither one of them would beat Tyler 1 in slapping. Like I said, I've watched hundreds of hours worth of slapping now. I know what to look for in a champion. Tyler 1 is built for slapping. Thanks to the Tier 1, Jogo. There is a women's slapping league, but it's ass slapping, so I can't watch it on Twitch. Though, with the way things are going with the Twitch meta, maybe ass slapping will be the new meta in a couple weeks on Just Chatting, so I guess we'll see. When that's the case, then we can watch the ass slapping league. Thanks to the resub Dell. And the Bits Bunny Venom. Do I have a favorite Jujutsu Kaisen character? Yeah, Toto. I still haven't finished Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I just got really bored of it and I never caught up. Watch more Food Dip. So the main reason I haven't is just because I was reading some comments that he gets now. And some people, just like with Kay's cooking, were just really mean to him, and I didn't think he deserved that, so again, that's probably just going to be one I'm going to have to cross off. I don't know why people do that shit. Thanks to the 5 gift subs, Shane. Thanks to the resub, Gecko, Leroy, and the gift sub, Sparlight. Yeah, no. I think golf is a fun thing to play, yeah, for sure. The thing was, like, why do people get hype watching this? So that's why I said, like, golf and cricket. No one really likes golf or cricket to watch. And if you do, it's fucking wild. Thanks to the bits, Danny. And I don't want to spoil anything about Officer Greg. Did you hear that a man got arrested because he used to take birthday gifts from his 35 girlfriends? Yeah. There's a whole story on that, right? Yep. This guy had 35 girlfriends and would tell each of them a different birthday, hoping that they'd all get him presents on that day. That the girlfriend that he fed that information to would give him a present on that day. So pretty much he'd get presents all the time from his 35 girlfriends. Unfortunately, it wasn't great though, because he only walked away with like $800 worth of shit. So he's going to jail over $800 of trinkets, probably just like little pieces of cake and cookie and stuff. Kind of a waste. But a good plan. Hey, sleep well, Woomy, and maybe. So actually, I've been talking a lot to both Punchdown and the US versions, or not US version, the US branch Slap Fight Championship, and definitely want to do more. So one thing that I've been really like talking about, and one thing that we'd like to do is starting to do like slap tournaments on Twitch here. So like bringing that shit to the channel and doing like a slap tournament every now and then with like the big guys, bringing in like, you know, Wolverine, Solid Slug, and just having them like do it on Twitch because it'd be really fucking hype. And then with Punchdown, having it branch that so then it's the Polish fighters versus the US ones. So you'd have Vasily Kamatsky up against Solid Slug or Crazy Hawaiian, Wolverine, you know, all that, and do it on Twitch. So I've been trying to make that happen because I thought that'd be a lot of fun. He's a tier 1 Freddy Krueger. And all the people behind those organizations are just great guys. So I mean, if you like slapping and have fun watching it, make sure to like support Punchdown and Slap Fight Championship. They do really good work and they're real passionate about it, putting on fun shows. Have I heard of Taiwanese knife massaging? Yeah. We've watched it. You keep asking for Script Kid, man. I'll do it, but I don't know how it'll go. Not really usually into like gaming content for just chatting nights, but we'll see. I'll do this one.
Here we have another cheater trying to ruin the game for everyone.
So he's like the Jim Browning of CSGO.
The cheat software he downloaded is designed to backfire and force him to shoot his own teammates,
Thanks, Resub Weeb.
followed by other amazing punishments.
Actually, I think I've
Hi,
seen
I'm
this.
Script Kid. Over the last year, I have developed multiple fake cheat softwares that have all been designed to punish the cheaters who download them. The concept is quite simple.
Sorry.
Step 1, I develop a software that looks like a real cheat. Step 2, I create a website
Thanks,
where the
Resub
cheaters can
Subby
download
and
it.
Weeb.
Step 3, I pay for Google
And
Ads
yes, I
to
have
show my
done.
website when someone is searching for cheats on Google. Step 4, I make a video for you to enjoy using the replays from the cheaters' own matches. Let's be real. If I tried to explain everything in further detail,
it's a pretty
this
cool
would be
mask.
the longest and most boring video ever. So instead of doing that, I will just leave the links in the description to the source code, my in-depth videos, and all that stuff, and let's get on with the video.
I gotta tell you, I do like the mask quite a
Let's look at the
bit.
new punishments. Let's start with something simple but annoying. Every time the cheater is holding the knife, the movement speed is decreased to walking speed.
Maybe Buzzkill.
Eventually I had to disable this punishment, because it happens so often, it caused the cheaters to leave the game or try to fix it instead of playing, which made other punishment less successful as a result.
I do like the idea a lot, actually.
I also added a new punishment that would make the cheater reveal his location in the say chat every 10 seconds. What makes this one extra funny is that the cheater himself can't see that he sent the message.
Hey, well, thank you, Scary, and the bits lettuce.
The next punishment is also simple. Whenever the cheater was walking for an
Thanks,
extended
there's some
period
world
of time,
leader.
they would suddenly hear a fake stepping sound followed by a Zeus or a knife stab sound, causing them to panic and think that someone was very close behind them.
How the fuck do you even program that? There's the Prime.
Another small punishment
Dr.
was to
Aggro.
make the cheater
Resub
jump
extra
slightly
wide.
backwards when they try to crouch jump. This made it very hard for the cheater to access certain spots on the maps. And as you can see in this footage, it really seems to drive some of them.
This is a lot cuter than I thought it would be, I'm not gonna lie. The title doesn't actually do it justice. I definitely saw the first one, though, on Reddit. Let's give submetal.
This next punishment had a lot of different versions, but never made it into any of my previous videos. I thought it would be really fun to have a punishment that really messed with the recoil of the weapons. In my first attempt to pull this off, I made it so that
Is
whenever the
cheating
cheater
still
aimed at
super
an enemy
prevalent in
and
CS:GO?
fired their weapon, it would instantly make them look up at the sky.
Really? To this day? That's crazy.
Another attempt of this was just to make the recoil bounce randomly, making it almost impossible to control the weapon.
And I assume they also get banned, right? When they
This
use
next one
his
is not really
software.
a new punishment, but rather an upgraded version of one of my first punishments ever. This classic punishment was quite simple. It would
Getting
cancel
yeses
the
and
bomb plant
nos.
at the last second and play a fake bomb has been planted sound. This caused some really funny moments,
Hold on.
but it also had some major flaws. The cheater sometimes dropped the bomb to his teammates so they could plant instead.
Pretty good solution.
To fix this, I made it so whenever the cheater had the bomb, they could never drop it. Except if they're the last terrorist alive, then I made it automatically drop the bomb every time they tried to hold it.
You got baited. You got baited. You got baited.
How does he? So does the software also give him the replays?
Ultimate. Well, I tried making this an ultimate, but it did not work as well as I'd hoped. The idea was to make a punishment that would cause the cheater to start spinning like a helicopter in spawn, and then start shooting every teammate as much as possible without killing anyone. It worked pretty good in my testing with bots, but when activated on real cheaters, it seemed to fail most of the time.
Oh, that's a
I managed to
shame.
get some half-decent clips of it kinda working, but in the end, it was maybe for the better that it didn't work that well, because I kinda felt sad for the cheaters' teammates also. I actually have one more punishment that is pretty epic. Sometimes when the cheater tries
There's
to
a
use
theater
smoke
mode in
grenade,
comp.
it will
Is
instantly
there?
cause him to appear flashed and force him to throw the smoke straight down. While he's being blinded by the fake flash, his weapons are thrown away in random directions. But that's not all. For the rest of the round, he will automatically drop any weapon he picks up from the ground.
Damn, so this guy's like a supreme hacker.
This punishment is actually a
This-
tribute to the legend
This is a
himself.
lot deeper than I thought it'd be.
We have been working together on a video for his channel, where we catch cheaters red-handed and try to interview them. That video should be uploaded any day now, so make sure you're subscribed to his channel so you don't miss out. Before I show you probably the funniest clips ever seen on my channel, I need to give a shout out to the sponsor of this video. This video is sponsored
I thought for
by
1 second it was gonna be like CS:GO Lotto or some shit.
takes care of your digital identity.
Is the cheating software working? He seems to be doing pretty well. Oh, this is the one where it plays the sound. So does Valve just not care? If cheating is this popular that there's full YouTube channels on catching cheaters and fucking with them? That's crazy, because I remember even when I was super active in CSGO, they really always turned a blind eye to everything. Well, TF2, that game is dead to Valve. I don't think they even remember that game. That was abandoned even when I was playing. Thanks to resubs Selendos. No, you know what? I'm gonna look that up. TF2 is even worse right now? Let's see. Valve has officially killed TF2. I mean, I don't think Valve has even acknowledged the game in like 6 years. What should I watch to show me modern TF2? Thanks to the resub B-Maxed. TF2 is 90% bots. Do people still care about hats in TF2? It said bot prices. What? Where did you even see that? I didn't scroll this far down. Thanks to resub Dio. Did you see the hat market crash? I remember there was like some big hoopla about like, I don't remember if it was a cheat, an exploit, or a hack, but I remember there was like a moment over the last 3 years where like everyone could get every hat ever instantly or something like that. Okay, well these videos are all kind of long. I just wanted to see what it was looking like these days.
Okay, oh my god. And then like this one neutral effects. This is your oh god. No way.
This just looks like an actual match. Thanks to Prime Apollo. In TF2, bot accounts sell protection from bot players, so you can buy a pass that makes them ignore you, but only that specific group of bots. Thanks to the resub Minute Maid. What? The fuck are you talking about? Oh, this is short.
Hey, so if you're watching this video, you're probably wondering if Team Fortress 2 is worth playing in 2021. Or perhaps you're a TF2 veteran who is wondering when to come back out of hibernation. Or you're someone who already plays Team Fortress 2 and just wants some entertaining content. Either way, let's talk about that. Team Fortress 2 has proven to stand the test of time. It was released on October the 10th, 2007. That's right, TF2 is 14 years old and still is managing to pull more numbers than it ever has before. In fact, today we peaked at 103,000 concurrent players in-game. So by no means is TF2 a dead game, and it was actually the 6th most played game today, which is definitely something to consider before getting to Team Fortress 2. Now, I'm gonna have to be real with you guys, Team Fortress 2 still has an incredibly high skill ceiling, meaning that when you get into a game, you're likely to get dominated or feel like you just can't survive that life. However, you can get past this by finding a class you like and just by sticking to it, until you build up enough game sense and skill to try other classes or to succeed in game. Now, if you're new to Team Fortress 2 but have experience playing first person shooters, I can recommend playing the sniper or the heavy.
So I'm assuming this video doesn't address the bot shit? That's more what I'm interested in.
More laid back, easy classes, you know, with the medic you can sort of follow around people, heal them, you know, just be nice, be friendly. With the engineer you can put your buildings up and camp around them. They're great classes to play, especially...
Moose Elk's video addresses it. Okay, let's see.
Mission begins in 30 seconds.
TF2 bots, look it up? Okay, well let me see this
first. A lot
first.
of talk on Twitter and a lot of other places about how the game is being completely overrun by hackers and bots, and Valve just does not seem to care. Now, obviously...
Well, Valve isn't really a developer anymore, to be fair. They don't do anything.
That I decided to leave the game all those years ago. The fact that Valve just generally did not seem to care about their own product anymore, or the community that supported it. So today, I thought we'd do a little test. We're going to jump into TF2. We're going to see just
Tier 1
how bad
CRW.
things have gotten, or if, you know, maybe the media is over-exaggerating, and hopefully, if there aren't any hackers, we're going to have some fun. But something tells me to not be too hopeful. All right, guys, before we get into it, today's video is sponsored by Core. Absolutely crazy. Investigate.
All right, let's run it. Let's see those bots.
Okay, yep, okay, Jesus God, the first person I see when I walk out of spawn is this dude. And I gotta be real, he is not looking good. They're calling a kick vote. I feel like I better see, okay.
Say no, I want to see it.
Jesus Christ, who did you just shoot? It's the first bloody server I joined. Oh, thank God, he's gone. The server is saved. Let's see whether it stays that way. Let's take up position on the battlements. Oh, okay, look who just joined the game. You have got to be kidding me.
Oh, can you just keep rejoining?
I join, and this happens. Well, look who's back. If it isn't the old Dooz Hotter, what
That's
kind of
crazy.
name is that? And he's gone again. You know, you got to give it to these bots. They are persistent. Surely Valve would have something in the game that means if someone gets kicked from the same server twice, they can't rejoin it again.
Oh, that's good.
That just seems like that would be very okay. He just rejoined again. Oh, and Rigged Robot joined as well. That all looks really encouraging. Oh wow, we even got to spectate him now. Yeah, wow, this looks super legit. I don't see anything dodgy going on here. What am I even looking at? Oh my God.
This does look pretty fucking miserable.
You just killed the hero of the server. All right, well, considering this was...
Alright, so I'm just going to take your word for it. I don't really want to keep watching more. I might even try that at some point for a different stream. I want to see it firsthand. Thanks to the Prime BDA. Resub Dan Darkheart. For a long time, TF2 was my most played Steam game. I used to play a fuck out of TF2. Is it even fun for the cheaters staring at the ground? So from what I gather from the chat... The reason there's all these bots is because they run it like a mafia protection racket, where they release bots to ruin a server, and then put bots in there to protect you from those bots to save the server. So it's not exactly like the cheater having fun, it's more about making money. That's what I'm gathering from at least the people in the chat. And that sounds pretty fucking incredible. Like, horrible as like a player, but from an outside perspective, it's like, damn. Genius. I mean, Valve clearly doesn't give a shit. I don't know how accurate that is, but that's just what I've been learning from chat. Thanks to resub Mike and Welder. I mean, TF2 in its heyday was incredible, Haley, absolutely. What's HMB? Hold My Beer highlights? I don't know if I can... Oh, it's full... I see. I'm not really a huge fan of fully armored combat stuff, but you know what? Let me pee real quick, I'll come back and I'll watch it. But please stop donating to recommend things. Please just put it in the chat. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds. Alright, I'm back. Thanks to Tier 1 London in the Prime, Swag and Jeeper. The resub Bachelor. Yeah, I saw that. The Josh fight thing. Okay, I'll give it a whirl.
Yes! Finish him! Finish
You can run on for a long time. Run on.
I can't listen to that, just realized. It's DMCA music. You're trying to get me fucked up. Thanks to resub Dorm. That's sweet. Well, thank you, Zay. Every fight the same way. Predominantly shield bashes. It's armored combat. I do imagine this is what most combat looked like back. Wow, right in the nuts, huh? That was kind of dirty. Thanks to the 5 gift subs, Dorm. Appreciate it, man. And the resub. Really appreciate it, Dorm. Thank you, man. The world's most banned streamer? Who is it? I actually don't recognize this streamer.
I was browsing through YouTube, you know, procrastinating my next video, just watching short meme clips. When I
Whoa, thank you for the 20 gift subs, Zay.
Streamer uploaders
thank you, Zay.
Angry Korean Gamer.
Really appreciate it, man. Goddamn.
Angry Korean Gamer compilation.
Thanks to the resub Baker.
And I watched another. And another.
I mean, that seems like a fun stream, I'm not gonna lie.
In the Angry Korean Gamer rabbit hole. Who the hell is this guy? Scattered across YouTube, there are videos posted to random channels featuring the Angry Korean Gamer not only raging, but participating in wild stunts, public humiliation, and downright dangerous activity. Intrigued, I decided to take
nipple explosions aren't dangerous.
And what I found was a rap sheet of controversies and
Thanks
a
for
laundry
finding
list
gaming
of
time.
platforms that this guy has been banned from.
Thank you, Zay,
I'd like for
gaming
you all
time.
to join me in the Angry Korean Gamer rabbit hole and learn about one of the craziest content creators that the West never knew existed. This is the story of the Angry Korean Gamer. But first, I reckon I'll address the elephant in the room. Yes,
Sweet.
I'm wearing glasses. Glasses that were given to me by the sponsor of today's video, Blue Blocks.
Nice. Since I don't really know this streamer, I don't really feel like watching all that. I thought it was gonna be like, what's his name? Zillion OP. Zillion OP, for OG Twitch viewers, you'll know, was the guy who faked a disability. He used to stream from a wheelchair, and then one day during a stream, he forgot to turn off the webcam, and he got up and walked away. And, yep, he just stood up, got banned, came back, I believe, and I think got banned again. And last I heard, he still was streaming. But I assumed it was going to be like that guy. But yeah, Zillion OP was a fucking crazy story. Thanks to the Tier 1 Tesk and the Prime Battleship. And the 5 gift subs, you're a joke, Canio. Thank you, man. Top 10 banned Twitch streamers who went way too far? I really don't like that title. It's gonna be some clickbait shit. What are some of the wildest Twitch bans? Zillion isn't that... Whoops. Jesus Christ. Zillion isn't that guilty. There's an update on the story. Yeah, hold on. The Dr. Disrespect one, obviously top tier. What do you mean? Zillion isn't that guilty? Bro, he pretended to be wheelchair bound and then stood up and walked away. Now, what happened after that, I'm only going off memory, so maybe I'm wrong about him getting banned more than once. Yeah, here's the Zillion OP clip. I don't remember how to spell Zillion. Oh, he came clean, I guess. Here we go.
Yeah.
Thanks to resub Jugi and Penguin and Misfit and Augie.
Get on your mount and follow me.
Give some trash man.
Maybe I don't want to follow you. You hurt my feelings.
I'm back.
Hey, Angel.
Hi. Did everybody already leave?
Yeah, Mungle had to go. Cause
When it's easily outgeared.
our dog. Oh my God, we took our dog like to the shop today because the dog loves just like going out and
Yeah, explain that, atheists.
be introduced to new like random people and stuff. So it hangs out at fish shops and stuff because like we love talking to the people there anyways.
Yeah. I mean, hey, I'll watch the interview, sure, I'm curious.
Just like in this huge flow, and he got scared.
God damn it, what did that say?
And I was like, oh, this is so cute. Like he's cuddling with me because he's scared. He stands up. He took a leak on my lap.
Alright, let's see. I'll watch the interview, fuck it. Yeah, how do you explain that?
So do you guys remember
52
Zillion
minutes?
OP, the Twitch streamer who was banned from Twitch in 2013 for allegedly faking a disability? I talked about him earlier this year, and if you haven't seen that video where I tell the story of the situation surrounding
I don't really
his
want to
ban,
watch 50
I highly
minutes.
recommend
Fuck.
you watch that video before watching this one. But the too long didn't watch version of the old story is this. Zillion was a streamer who apparently claimed that he was paralyzed from the waist down and wouldn't ever be able to walk again. He always streamed in a wheelchair, and viewers would often donate to him out of sympathy. Until one day, he suddenly stands up out of his chair when he thinks the camera's not rolling, and people felt duped. The clip of him standing up became known as the Zillion Miracle.
Yeah,
It went
I remember
viral,
that.
and Zillion was quickly outed by the internet at large for being a fraud who faked a disability
That
to
was a
get a
wild
leg
one
up
too,
on
Rip,
Twitch.
yeah.
Shortly after the story blew up, Zillion was banned from the site and essentially banished entirely from the online live streaming community. By 2015,
9-minute
he
mark.
would essentially disappear from the internet, never to be seen or heard from again. Or so we thought, because very recently, Zillion came back, and his return is what we're going to be focusing on today. In April of 2020, Zillion quietly made a return to Twitch under a new identity. It's Bluish, hoping to keep a low profile.
Well, let me just see the interview. I don't need the
So
whole
starting off, I
lore
questioned
update.
Zillion generally about the most damning claim against him, that he outright created a fake disabled persona for Twitch growth.
I think really the best place to start off here is, so the 8-year story that's been going on now, that you created a fake disability, you know, integrated your disability into your streams, sort of like asked for donations based off of it.
Why didn't he turn off his face
there's
cam?
this one
I don't
video
know, I
that
just forgot,
pops
I
up
guess.
of you standing up in your chair, seemingly shattering everything, and you just the whole fraud comes tumbling down. Is that story accurate? Like, did that happen?
It's inaccurate in the sense that the entire story is blown into a proportion that's not entirely true. My whole stream knew that I was going through physical therapy. No one knew the extent of my recovery. I was in a wheelchair for 2 years. I was in a car accident.
Okay.
Which put me in a wheelchair. For more than a year prior to streaming, I started streaming without a cam, grew a decent following that way, just from doing stuff in Diablo.
Okay, real quick, just for those that don't know, as he just said, the story was Zillion OP. Like, I would see his name pop up back in early Reddit days on the League subreddits and shit. Zillion OP, they always claimed, was a streamer who was paralyzed. He was always marketed to the community as, this is a disabled streamer, he has paralysis from the waist down. So, regardless, obviously there's people in wheelchairs that can still walk, like he says, like physical therapy and shit like that. But he was always marketed to the community as a streamer who was paralyzed. So him standing up was totally out of the realm of, like, that makes sense, you know, of wiggle room. But again, I'm curious to hear it here.
Carry people through content or give them free loot or whatever it happened to be via the video game. Then there was an outcry for a cam, and that's when everyone realized I was in a wheelchair.
And you know, with these Facebook photos that you've shown on stream before, it's pretty much proven that, you know, that was the case, that you were in a wheelchair before streaming. I'm not going to be the person that sits here and says you had a conspiracy to take photos like months before you started streaming in a wheelchair to be like, yo, we're going to open a
Sorry to keep pausing. To be fair, you can recover from paralysis. Yeah, and I think the first thing he would do if he did would be to tell people that he has recovered, as like something to celebrate. I feel like that would be the natural thing, as opposed to just like surprise standing up out of nowhere and then turning the webcam away when you realize, you know? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Physical therapy. No, or whatever.
Shown on stream before, it's
Thanks to
pretty
Prime
much
Freak and
proven
Resub Jade.
that, you know, that was the case, that you were in a wheelchair before streaming. I'm not going to be the person that sits here and says you had a conspiracy to take photos like months before you started streaming in a wheelchair to be like, yo, we're going to open a stream and I'm going to use this wheelchair to get sympathy and stuff. I think that notion, just by you showing those photos, that you created
Prime
a fake,
Stainless.
you know, disabled
Resub
personality,
Timmy.
that's completely not true. And
correct.
Yeah, you said you started streaming without face cam, so if you were going to use your disability early on to get views and stuff, why would you not just go straight to face cam?
It would have been a day one.
Yeah. Okay. So
like logically thinking from a relatively intelligent person,
yeah,
it would have been a day one.
That makes sense to me.
Bet I got this idea.
Is there any reason why you did you not show, I mean, that sort of direct evidence back when this was happening?
So that's
where Pumpkin.
My biggest failure comes in is that while
no idea, Mike, I have no clue.
I just kind of become the wheelchaired streamer at the time, and I know that sounds really
I understand, Gato. I was just saying,
even used to my own benefit or whatever it happened to be, but I did need the chair, and at that point I was just kind of the wheelchaired streamer. I also didn't share too much about my personal life outside of the fact that my relationship was kind of on stream. There wasn't daily updates of, oh hey, today guys, I held the bars, I took my first 2 steps.
Yeah.
He's tier 1, Mike.
It was never something that I shared anything about other than the fact that I was going through physical therapy. And I wish I would have done it differently, to be honest. I think it would have been a much cooler story in the long run, right?
One of the biggest points of criticism against Zillion is that even if he was disabled, he was outright lying about the severity of his condition, with people claiming that he often stated he would never be able to walk again. In the next
is there proof of that? Because that would immediately throw all this away.
Also, Zillion elaborates on the nature of his physical disability from back in 2012 and early 2013.
So, when you're on stream,
thanks for some soul stick.
I mean, even
this is interesting now.
When you were doing face cam first starting off, were you telling viewers that you were paralyzed from the waist down and that you couldn't walk? Was that something that ever happened?
There was never any detailed anything other than I was in an accident and I'm in a wheelchair.
I want to say this, you've seen the reactions throughout the years of how many people, there are a lot
sleep
of
well,
examples
Mike, and thanks again, man.
People in Reddit posts and stuff like that saying that they were just so confident.
I have no idea,
Evan.
It should be
stand
fine.
up and walk. Do you feel like you screwed up in the sense that, like, when you are integrating your disability so much in stream that it may have put off a certain image that you were wheelchair bound when you weren't? Are you willing to admit that perhaps not updating people was a mistake there?
Thanks to tier 1 Nikolai.
Mistake, not updating people. And I guess there's, like, I have no defense for it. All I can say is the facts of, from day one, I needed the wheelchair. After my stream was done, I still needed the wheelchair. You can see in the video, I'm pretty hunched over. I'm not used to walking yet. And I still use the wheelchair to get around. If I needed to go to the store, I absolutely needed it. I could not walk through an entire store. There was no way that I could walk that far.
So
it was something I used for quite a while afterwards.
So while you were streaming, it was like you still...
I wasn't sure also how fast I was going to recover, or if I was going to recover.
This is a bunch. Well, actually,
so do you guys
before I forget, he said that he was gonna look into some of this, right?
And then
I was gonna look up something as well, but I want to see this part.
Him being at my wires again.
Yeah, but I don't feel like doing it again.
Bad dog.
That fight was gay on normal.
Around the house.
And I stood up and walked away. However, I had just fixed the wires when he went back to them. I didn't even realize my stream was live.
Thanks to Prime Rage.
It came back online on itself and started auto streaming without me saying start stream, because it had never technically ended because my internet just went out and then came back.
So
it was a mistake that I'm glad was seen at this point, and I'm glad that, like, for the people that are still close to my life that knew what was going on before and knew that I was.
We took our dog.
Okay.
We're going, oh my god, and then she starts talking about her dog.
Yeah.
Well, the story of her dog peeing on her is 100% true, and why she said, "Oh my god." And anyone that knows her or was part of it back then.
Is there anything here?
Just one of those. It's just how she is. She's really excited and she wants to tell a story.
So I was my thought here.
Something like that, yeah.
I want to clarify here that the privated apology video is on the YouTube channel youtube.com/ZillionOPTV, which was created after his ban in 2013. Zillion says that he made this channel after he lost access to his original YouTube channel, youtube.com/ZillionOP, due to the alleged email hack. He claims he has since forgotten the login to the channel with the apology video, and that he's also lost access to his original channel after losing control of the email account account that it was connected to. However, after our interview, I noticed that a clip I had used as B-roll footage in my first video, which was present on his original channel back in February, was now deleted. Additionally, it appears that about a month ago, someone had set up a title for a live stream but never actually went live on this channel. This was suspicious to me, and I challenged Zillion on his claim that he didn't have access to this particular account when it was clear that it was recently tampered with. And this was his explanation. I had it logged in on an old phone that I had found. Never could figure out the passwords to change it. It requires your old password to update a new password. When I set it up for streaming, I noticed since it had over 1K followers, I would be able to get the Twitch equivalent of a sub button on YouTube, but never
This is
could
interesting.
get into the account on my computer. I said, so you got on it with the phone, played around with it for a bit, never actually streamed, just messed with the features, and while you were on, removed that old vid. And he says, yes, just seemed at the time like ammo for more videos to be made about me. I later asked him to summarize his entire explanation for not being able to get into the account in a concise message, which I will show on screen now. It's essentially what I've already described to you, but feel free to pause and read it if you like. Now, you can believe his explanation here or not. It is admittedly somewhat far-fetched, but I reckon not out of the realm of possibility. As far as the account with the apology video, there hasn't really been any activity on there for years, and it is very possible that he did just forget the account info on that one. Or he just really doesn't want us to see the apology video. Whatever the case, while I generally trust this guy, I wanted to be transparent with you all and draw attention to this discrepancy. Now, let's move on to him describing what the apology video actually was, and also...
Well, so this is what I wanted to look up. The claim... Did he... And this could be wrong, but didn't he always turn off the webcam? Allegedly, when he would, like, walk around, right? Like, when he would move around the house, if he didn't wheel himself out, he would turn off the webcam and leave? Wasn't that... I remember that being some pretty popular stuff going around back in the day. So wouldn't there be, like, videos of that? And then the question would be, why turn off the webcam to, like, move around? And then also, when you come back and sit down in the chair, why turn around the webcam? Like in panic? And did he used to make the claims that he was paralyzed? Or was that just something the community attached to him without him saying that? So many moving parts to this. Interesting. I thought it was a lot more cut and dry. I mean, I don't think there's a whole lot of surviving clips. This was back in like fucking 2014. Well, this is a joke video. Did I hear about the update on EDP? No, it's the update. I hope everything's alright, Camino. What about claims? Yeah, God, it was so long ago. That was before everything was clipped. Damn. Hold on, maybe in the comments section. Sometimes YouTube comments are helpful. Here, this is nice because you get context. So this must have been when the apology video was up. I actually do remember this on Reddit. He claimed he fell out of the chair, yet you can see him walk off in the reflection in the glass of the fish tank. I do remember that being a very popular thing on Reddit. Apparently he claimed he fell out of the chair in this clip. That must have been in like the apology video or something, which is you can't access anymore. Damn, this is such a... this is a wild story. Thanks to resub, Haley. I hope you've been well, Camino. No, 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 I know. Just because it's on Reddit doesn't mean it's accurate. In fact, quite the opposite most of the time. But I do remember a lot of this back then. Because obviously all of this shit is streamed, but this was before the days of like clipping and all of that. So a lot of it's just lost to time now. Thanks to Prime, didn't it? Yeah, who knows, Colt? I guess we'll never really know. I was hoping maybe the comments would have something linked. Thanks to the Prime Bridge. Yeah, these are all too recent now. Thanks to the bits, CRW. And thanks to the resub Buckles. Fuck. I'm so interested in this now. Get me on a different train. What's the EDP update? I heard Czech Goldstein and EDP's channels got banned. Is there anything past that? Thanks to the resub, Jose. That EDP response video was an old video from the earlier claims like last year. It wasn't like the new one. Police are investigating the video. That's it. Why do you keep saying... I don't know why people keep recommending this. These are like 2-hour-long videos. With like multiple parts. All of the iceberg ones. Like they're really well made, but it's not really something for just chatting night. Yeah, Czech Gold. I know. Like I said, Czech Goldstein got banned as well. Thanks for some sleepy fun. Thanks for a long time of watching fun. Watch the kid who made an XQC presentation. Yeah, I saw it. I see nothing wrong with that, man. I really don't. I know that kid was getting shit on a lot, but I think it's unwarranted. I think XQC handled it really well. He was very encouraging to the kid and everything. I mean, he's a kid. Like, he has someone that he likes, and he liked them enough to like make a whole presentation about him. I think that's great. I see nothing wrong with that. I don't know why so many people were shitting on him. Thanks to resub Gelberg. Thanks for the big 20, Bringus. Did you see what Microsoft said about Windows? What did they say? Thanks to Tier 1 Deadpool. Do you remember the WoW streamer that got caught in a sting op? What? Do you remember the WoW? Jesus Christ. You remember the WoW streamer that got caught in a sting op trying to meet young girls? No, what is that? Ah, I see. It was a big setup then, Bringus. Interesting. I have not seen that. Or, I did not ever hear that one before. Thanks to resub Sadiator. Yeah, I remember the whole Method Josh thing. I don't remember Sting Op or whatever that is. I don't remember who got caught in that. My favorite horror game? I'd say Resident Evil 7 at the moment. I really had a lot of fun going through that again. That was a really fun game. Thanks to the bits, Nolu. Yep, Discord big dicked it and said no to Microsoft. That was actually pretty wild. His name was Elvin Law. He was big in the WoW community. I've never heard that name in my life. Elvin Law? Oh, Elvin Wow. Elvin Wow. World of Warcraft streamer Elvin arrested with 20 others in an undercover Super Bowl child sex crimes operation. Holy shit. Thanks to Tier 1 Azrael and Prime Birdman. Yeah, I like Xavier Renegade Angel. Oh, damn. He was also a community specialist for High Rise Studios' Smite. Wait, is this new? This is from this year. Oh, no, but the actual thing happened in 2019. Go for it then, Haley. I say give it a whirl. I've never heard of this. How is this not bigger news? Holy shit. It was big news 2 years ago in the WoW community. Yeah, but like, I'm not into World of Warcraft, obviously, but usually something like this is bigger news even outside of it. Like, well, maybe not, I guess, but there was a streamer just recently named Prodigy who I believe is going to jail now for, like, abuse and rape or some crazy shit. I don't remember. It was like Prodigy XX. Twitch streamer Prodigy X arrested on charges of child abuse. Yeah, this was big news, and I have no idea like what games he played or anything. Typically something like this is still just big news. If Prodigy X is found guilty, he's facing life in prison. First-degree child abuse is a grade A felony. When a person has intercourse with another who is less than 12 years old and not married to the perpetrator. Why is that stipulation in there? They can be less than 12 and married to him and it's fine? Who's at least 24 years older than the victim. Thanks to Tier 1 Xander Online. He gained infamy in Sea of Thieves fandom late 2018 when he claimed Pirate Legend title by hitting the level cap across all 3 in-game factions. Wow. It was met with ire with the hashtag #NotMyPirateLegend trending on Twitter. He's currently being held on a $200,000 bail. What were the charges again? Was it just child abuse or was there more? I thought it was a lot. Oh, here. 2 counts of first-degree child abuse and 2 counts of first-degree child molestation. The crazy thing about this guy is he was on a show we watched on stream. Ultimate Gamer. He wore like colored contacts and shit. Where's his season? Where the fuck is his season? Well, he watched it on his own. I guess it's Ultimate Gamer Season 1. Okay, maybe Ultimate Gamer and his name. Let me try that. What was his name? His real name? Robert Paz. Man, what the fuck? I just want to see his clips. He had like this. He was like your quintessential edgy gamer guy back in the day. He wore like contact lenses and shit that were like Sharingans or something crazy. Real wacky. What about this Prodigy? Yes, here we go.
I'm a new breed of gamer, that's a definite. And what I mean by that is a gamer who dominates more than one game. I'm a gamer. That's one thing. Avid gamer, that's a definite. You know, you see me 30, 40 hours a week.
Yeah, that's rookie numbers.
All types of games.
Shit tier gamer.
Talking 5, 7 games at once. Old school games, Pac-Man, Miss Pac-Man.
He's a tier 1 Bozar. There's some B-Mat and aluminum.
To Gears to Rock Band. You know, gaming has just been there. That's my passion. I'm dedicated to it. I can't stand losing. So that's one thing. I can't stand losing. That's why I make myself really good. That's one thing. And
nice.
I became in the competitive scene like around 16. The first game was probably Super Smash Melee. That was for
no.
And I was so good in that. And when that came out, I just started dominating.
Thanks for the big 20 gift subs, Jack. Fuck yeah, man.
Like
Appreciate the generosity.
That they had the Pokemon Center, which
Thank
was held
you.
here in New York City for
really appreciate it, Jack.
And they probably had a good 15 tournaments. I won 10 in the first place. That's a definite, yeah. Other than that, when Xbox Live came out, that's where it happened. I didn't go anywhere else. I was home. Well, everyone questions me about my blue eyes. So, to start off, if anything, once I started realizing gamers and how they look and their personality, you know, I wanted to be different. That's a definite, because I game different.
He's not like other gamers, bro.
More than one game. You know, there's gamers who have their specific game. I'm way more than that. That's a definite.
Their specific game, of course.
And I never named myself that. People, when I used to game with my friends and whatnot, and the organization I'm part of, which is Empire Arcade, they gave me the name of that because the ability I have in gaming. You know, I can pick up any game, or they give me any game, and I dominate it within seconds. I learn it just as fast enough.
He's a superhuman.
Better. That's one thing. Since I don't like to lose, I tend to push myself to a limit where I'll be very skillful in that game. I'm more an individual player rather as a team, because I trust myself as as my own strategies and whatnot. You know, I can compete with the team, but if anything, I tend to lose with them, because when I go to tournaments or not, I do the most, and that's a definite. Because any game I pick up, it's a definite. I will dominate on it. That's a definite.
I don't remember if he won the show or not.
I understand since I've been playing like.
But damn, is he a special breed of gamer? This guy's good. That guy can pick up any game and within seconds dominate. He has all the high scores on every MMO. That is a fucking definite. He's my favorite. He's very calm. He doesn't start shit. He finishes it. And if he trash talks, he can back it up. This guy's got to be feeling real sad. I don't know if Prodigy was still his favorite 12 years later, but if he was, that news must have hit him hard. Though, to be fair, I do believe he still holds the Twitch record for most felonies. I'm pretty, he may not have been the ultimate gamer in terms of skill, but I'm pretty sure Rob holds the Twitch record for most felonies, because he's potentially facing life in prison. So he at least got something under his belt in the end, Rob. Oh, goddamn, Jack. My man, thank you for the 100. And the tier 1, Jack. Thank you for the crazy generosity out of nowhere, man. Thank you. I really appreciate it, man. I hope you're having a good night. And welcome. Holy shit. Thank you, Jack. What did he do? Oh, you must have missed the context. Rob is facing life in prison, 2 counts of first-degree child abuse, and then like a couple counts of like molestation of children. So it's some pretty serious shit. You want to know the craziest part? Jared Fogle, who had so much child porn they had to invent a new measurement in order to calculate exactly how much child porn Jared had, and he admitted to abusing kids, got 13 years. Rob is looking at a sentence over 3 times as large as Jared Fogle's. So Rob's got a pretty big accomplishment, to be honest. He did something pretty special. Thank you for the tier 1 Blue Crow. And the 10 gift subs, Jack. Thank you, man. God damn, thank you, Jack. Games so much he played himself. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for the bits, Haley. And thanks for the dollar, Andrew. And the resub, Gimbert. Hey, I actually love that movie, Red. I think that Mario Bros. Movie from the 90s is a banger. Holy shit, Jack. You're going wild tonight, man. Thank you for the huge bits. Thank you for the generosity, man. Bob Gimlin. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, wait, it's 2 words. This looks like a lot. Though I do like cryptids, but that looks like a lot. Thank you so much, Jack. Jack must have hit it big in the stock market today. Yeah, maybe. Thanks for the gift sub again, Jack. Willy Wonka and the OSHA violations. I've seen it. At least I'm pretty sure I've seen it. My God, maybe you really did hit it big in the stock market today. Jack, thanks again, man. Appreciate another fucking 20 gift sub drop. Thank you for the generosity, Jack. Denver airport conspiracy? No, that sounds interesting. Do they believe it doesn't exist? Thanks to Tier 1 Ginzo.
The footage you're about to see has been hidden from public view until now. This archival footage exposes some of the weirdest and most frightening theories about Denver International Airport.
Why does this have so many dislikes? Is this a joke? Ooh. Well, Red did actually hit it big with crypto. So, I mean, I know where that's coming from. Appreciate it again, Red. Holy shit, man. Thank you, Red. I really appreciate the fucking fat drop, man. I want to know about the actual conspiracy, not a joke. I love goofy conspiracies. And no, I always do, Jack. The generosity means a lot, man, so of course I'm going to say thank you. Thanks to the resub, Snowy and Resto. I'm guessing this.
It seems these days that almost anything can become the topic
Holy
of
fuck, Jack.
conspiracy theories, and that includes one of America's major
Thank you
airports.
for the 50, Jack.
Opened in 1995.
Good to see you again, Dead Guys Rule. Thank you, Dead
Long
Guys,
been the subject
for the
of
20.
wild
Holy shit.
speculation. Well, when the airport began a
Jesus
major
Christ,
renovation
thank you.
project, they decided
Jack,
it
Red,
was
and
a
Dead Guys.
chance to play along. Barry Peterson has that story.
So what is this conspiracy?
Flying saucers have invaded our planet. Washington, London.
Thank you so much.
If the
Goddamn.
saucers ever do come, may we suggest another landing zone? Denver's air.
Alright, I'm already not interested. That probably isn't very good. I've never heard of it. Thanks to the prime 30-year-old. And thanks for another 50 red. And the 10 Loki. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. And the gift sub, Dead Guys. I haven't checked in Vid Chronicles in a while. And the 10 Miss Tango down. Well, I hope you've been well, Miss Tango. What the fuck? Holy shit. It's the resub Kiwi. And the 20 again from Jack and resub Noodle. Fuck. Thank you, Red, Jack, Tango, and Dead Guys. God damn. Thanks for the bits again, Jack. Oh my fucking god. Thank you for the 20 Maxon. And the gift sub Morgo and Nitro. God, it's like Ludwig's subathon shit. God damn. Thanks to the resub Open Sight and Jinx. Britain's real-life supervillain. Oops. Really appreciate it. Holy god damn. Is it infographics? We don't really like infographics around these parts. People get mad. I also don't really like infographics, to be fair. And so another gift sub Red and the 10 gift subs Highwire. And the resub Rogue and the 5 gift subs Selvin. Jesus Christ. Thank you. I'll watch it for a second.
The Joker, Lex Luthor, the Riddler, Black Mask, all larger-than-life comic book villains with one thing in common. No superpowers. But what they lack in the ability to fly, read minds, or shoot lightning, they make up for in ruthlessness, cunning, and downright evil genius.
Doubt it.
The real-life figure we're talking about today
tier 1
is
baked
no
potato
exception.
and gift sub
He's
J.
been involved in everything from massacres to movies, from buying missiles made by the world's worst dictatorships to selling guns to mysterious private buyers. That's right. When it comes to putting deadly weapons in the hands of sinister people, he's a true kingpin. Meet infamous international arms dealer Mick Ranger, Britain's real-life supervillain, and the man the Guardian calls
I hate the way they portray this.
In death. You're probably wondering, if this guy's so prolific, how come I've never heard of him before?
I just don't like infographics. It's presented in like the worst way. Even if it's a great story, I just can't get into it. It's fucking trash. This is a tier 1 Highwire. And the 4K bits Jack. Thank you again for the generosity tonight, man. I hope you have a wonderful evening. May you have the wettest of dreams tonight, Jack. Godspeed, man. Thank you again. And thanks for the bits, Bozar. Oh, and the 20 again, Dead Guys rule. Thank you, man. I hope you've had a good week, Dead Guys. Holy shit. We watched the Costa Concordia last time. Well, time before last. Meet the vigilantes that the FBI couldn't stop. This is just Phoenix Jones. We already went through the entire rabbit hole of Phoenix Jones. Also, big news. Phoenix Jones is coming out of retirement and hopefully isn't selling drugs anymore. He posted on Twitter the other day that he's coming back. Thanks to the resub Bape and the bits Bozar. Anthill Kids? What is that? Is that like a cryptid? The most disturbing cult of all time? Anthill Kids? I love cults. I'm really familiar with like all cults, and I've never heard of the Anthill Kids. Wait, your friend's dad plays Luigi in the movie? That guy was like a big actor. Thanks to tier 1 Jonah and the tier 1 alligator in a hoodie. Okay, here, hold on. 1 second. Are you sure we're thinking of the same movie? I don't really know this channel very well, but I know this movie very well.
Hey paisanos, and welcome to the Super What Happened Super Show, the YouTube video place where we plunge, jump, and bop our way through some of the entertainment industry's biggest, smelliest disasters. Whew,
I think the Super Mario Bros. Movie is great.
Up a sewer drain because I detect an unmistakable odor that's been hovering around Hollywood for the last 26 years.
Sleep well, Ninja.
Bizarre aroma of the Super Mario Brothers movie.
Okay, maybe scary in a minute.
Thanks to Flophouse VIPers for voting on this subject because, and I don't want to sound hyperbolic here, it's safe to say that the stigma of this one film has left a lasting stank.
Yeah, I can recognize it's Matt from Super Best Friends. I see it now.
1993, that it's never
he was just on screen, so now I know.
And speaking of the 1990s, I present to you 1992. It was a year when Nintendo was king of the entertainment world.
I watched the
because their
Super Mario Bros.
plumber,
movies so
Mario,
many
had
times.
become a more recognizable mascot than goddamn Mickey Mouse. What happened? And they decided the time was right to expand into films. And by the early 90s, Hollywood was begging for it. It was clear that video games were
That's
no
pretty
longer
cool,
a fad,
Kaz.
but rather the cool, hip thing for kids and
Oh,
teenagers.
well, nice, Red.
So all of the movie
Yeah, he was a big
studios
actor.
were throwing all of the money at Nintendo for the film rights to the Italian stereotype.
Exit Tier 1
We're
caveman.
talking tens of millions of dollars here, but the Japanese giant was nonplussed by all the razzle-dazzle of Tinseltown,
Makes
as
it
all
prime
these big
runny
pitches
onion.
just didn't feel
And
right.
him.
In fact, Nintendo wasn't even looking for a big payday by giving the keys away to the Mushroom Kingdom, as they were just more interested in finding the right production studio
Thanks to the
that
bits,
could do the
Richie.
IP justice. So after rebuffing all of those
nice, Red.
tempting deals, they eventually went with a little-known company known as Leitmotiv.
The Mario
Now,
Bros.
they were
movie
a
is not
prestige
garbage.
studio that was responsible for
Oh, let me skip around a little bit,
standpoint,
'cause it's pretty long.
Danny DeVito.
Oh, whoops! Oh, I dropped my monster condom that I used for my Magnum Dong.
He was considered to both star and direct, but there was no script at the time, and
It
without
was
one,
good.
Mr. DeVito eventually declined as well. Now,
I need to
this
rewatch
was a
it.
bit of a wake-up call because Leitmotiv realized that without a working script, their net to catch talent was smaller than it should have been. Therefore, the first
Exit
draft
Prime
of
Reese's.
Super Mario Bros. Was handed in by one of the writers of Rain Man, Barry Morrow, and who would have thunk it? His script was
Exit Prime
pretty
Cheese.
much like Rain Man. Again, it placed a lot, like a concerning amount of focus on Mario and Luigi's relationship. They were going to go on a long, weird road trip together and would eventually start
Alright, I wanna
opening
skip
up
to the movie.
after Bob Hoskins and Samantha Mathis, the voice of Krista in Ferngully, as they both also really liked that current draft. Finally, the
I'm not
role
sure,
of King
Peach.
Koopa was offered
I don't remember
to
that.
Arnold Schwarzenegger and Michael Keaton, but both turned it down for unknown reasons. Respected veteran actor Dennis Hopper wound up taking the part.
Yeah.
And although he didn't know who or what a Koopa was, he was encouraged by his family to play the iconic
See, that looks
villain.
just fucking
So,
like
with a solid
Bowser. They
script
did
and
a
bunch of
great job.
enthusiastic actors ready to go. How did this, the first video game to film adaptation, salt the earth so much? Made it so that even a quarter of a century later, the term video game movie still elicits a groan.
Well, because they've all been
How
shitty.
did this happen? Well, better chow down on some super mushrooms, people. This is gonna get rough.
Thanks for the 15
The
gift subs,
director's
Jelly
chair was
Puff.
the only
Thank you,
one that
Jelly.
was still empty, and with several
Appreciate it.
candidates
Thank you,
already
Jelly.
crossed off, and with most actors signed, Leitmotiv needed to find someone to drive the Mario bus, and soon. They then came across Annabelle Jankel and Rocky Morton, a couple
That's a
that had
cool
only
name.
one movie to their credit, Dead or Alive.
Well, this looks good. I've never even heard of this movie.
Not that DOA, but this one.
Oh.
Remember this absolute banger?
Damn it.
Of course you don't. It doesn't really matter because the duo were far more famous for another creation, Max Headroom, which, for our younger viewers,
What?
needs a bit of an introduction. Max was
They
like
did
this
Max
weird
Headroom?
virtual celebrity that would hawk all types of products and star in music videos
Oh,
and
what the
short
fuck is-
films,
holy
and it's
shit.
quintessential late 80s cyber pop. The world of
Thank you for the
Headroom had
20 gift
sci-fi
subs, Blue Crow, and the
overtones relied
17 gift
heavily
subs,
on computer
Applewood. Holy
animation,
shit.
and this edge, Leitmotiv felt, would be a good
Thank you,
fit for
Blue and
Mario.
Apple.
One problem, however, the duo
Really
hated
appreciate it.
the
Holy shit.
fantasy-rooted
Thank you.
script that everyone else was behind and demanded rewrites before they would sign on. Leitmotiv and Nintendo reluctantly agreed to this. as
Appreciate
by
the
this
back-to-back
point, they were
huge drops.
desperate to get the film finally into production and didn't want to go on another director hunt. So after some time tinkering with the script, the Mario brothers, with plumbing as their game, found a secret warp while working on a drain. But instead of finding a magical kingdom, they're greeted with a dystopian mission.
I think it looks cool. Like, it's a cool universe.
And all types of other
And, like,
stupid shit.
fungus and shit.
Very
It's cool.
slowly, the script morphed into a more sci-fi action film that closely resembled the
Yeah, I've
world
watched
of
the
Max
Apple Out Pass.
Headroom.
We have already
Hell,
done
just
it.
place him alongside King Koopa here. Which one do I shoot? The production of sets and costumes were getting underway, but Jenkel and Morton weren't done yet, because once Nintendo and Light Motive started to feel the script was getting away from what everyone signed up for, they asked for it to be reined back in. The directors were beside themselves, threatening to walk off the project if they were not giving their way, stating that everyone had agreed that the script would change. Light Motive
to be fair, it's like the dumbest movie ever made, and these directors hopefully never directed anything else.
North Carolina warehouse where the
but it's
sets
special
were
to
being
me.
built, they were in for quite a shock. They had not been made aware by the producers that the script would be receiving rewrites, and were incredulous to see that they were now starring in a sci-fi movie with fungus and dinosaurs. What made matters worse is that even in the early days of shooting, Jenkel and Morton did not endear themselves amongst the cast and crew, with many of them citing the duo as bossy and conceited, often making superfluous changes on a whim. With this tension on set, shooting days dragged on as the cast followed the directors over the ever-changing dialogue. Dennis Hopper, for his part, stopped bothering to memorize his lines, as he knew they would be changed the very next day, and, you know, he was right.
The princess.
So, with tons of tempers boiling,
was that in the movie?
No, it would be a great thing to add boiling heat. The warehouse where most of the movie was filmed happened to lack air conditioning, and the summer weather of 1992 was breaking records. So when you see a nice sheen of moisture coating the actors in the finished film, that's not special effects, but rather real tangible anger sweat that lasted the duration of the 4-month
That is true. Everyone was really oily. Everyone was just fucking covered in sweat.
The solution was alcohol. John has since admitted there's several scenes in the finished film where he is indeed inebriated, with the most notable one being behind the wheel of an actual car. During said scene, he pumped the brakes a little too aggressively, which almost caused the car to tip forward, but did cause the door to slam into Hoskins' arm, injuring it.
Nice! Fuck yeah!
You can see several instances of Hoskins' arm in a painted cast.
Thank you,
That's
Applewood.
Some good what happened shit right there. The actor's
Appreciate another 10
frustrations
gift
came
subs,
to a
man.
head, however,
Thanks to
with
Prime
Mr.
Django.
Dennis Hopper, who got
Thank you,
exceedingly
Applewood.
tick with the directors, having a reported 2 to 3 hour tirade against them during one of his scenes. He complained loudly and in public that they were the most unprofessional people he'd ever worked with.
I could agree with that, and I've never even met him.
Of the constant changes to the script and simply refused to shoot his scene. The directors eventually pleaded that they'll do whatever he takes as long as they could wrap up shooting for the day. Exhausted, Mr. Hopper simply said he'll finish it as it's written, he just really needed to blow off some steam. Say what you want, but this rompin', stompin', angry attitude sure fit the character he was playing.
Yeah, it takes a little while, Jake. Speaking of Bowser, does anyone know if Doug Bowser is even alive? Has he been seen since his public announcement of new CEO?
Rocky Morton adjusting one of the actors that played the horrific Goomba creatures in the film. Morton felt the animatronic suit wasn't grungy enough and proceeded to pour hot coffee all over it. The coffee eventually seeped through and burned the actor inside, who let out a pained yell. The director was heard saying, "Oh, well, it's just an extra." He has since refuted this claim.
What a piece of
and said
shit!
that the coffee was cold. The temperature of the drink aside, it's still not a great look. Nintendo and Light Motive were,
all correct.
as you could assume, very nervous about the state of the film. The budget was out of control, clocking in at $48 million before marketing, which wasn't chump change in 1993, with a big expensive animatronic Yoshi and CGI effects being cited as the main cause.
Yoshi was cute. I don't care what you say. You can shit on the movie all you want. Yoshi was cute.
Out of the editing room during the post-production phase. This happens in the movie industry fairly frequently. Everyone's nervous about the thing they poured millions of dollars into, so to protect that investment, They would simply fix it in post. Jankel and Morton, of course, complained to the Directors Guild about the lockout, eventually getting a say on the final cut of the movie. Despite being apprehensive about the quality, Leitmotiv and Hollywood Pictures felt any problems could be mitigated by simply advertising the crap out of it. A toy line was produced, commercials ran during Saturday mornings, and hell, you couldn't open up a comic book in 1993 without staring at that big metallic M. So, by that measure, they were at least throwing everything they had to make the public aware that Mario was coming.
Whoa, cool!
Unfortunately, a couple of things prevented the Plumbers from Brooklyn from being a success, with one of the main ones being that the public were made far more aware of something else that was hitting theaters.
Uh-oh.
Jurassic Park opened 2 weeks before Mario Brothers and would explode into a
Sleep well, Jelly, and thanks again for the generosity.
Kicking off the CGI revolution and making dinosaurs cool to kids again. What did Super Mario Brothers have?
Sir, what is it now? The Goombas are dancing again.
What?
Yeah, this coupled with the horrific reviews was a 1-2
such a
punch
good
that
movie.
destroyed
Fuck.
any chance of the film making back its budget, which of course it didn't. Mario Brothers barely made back $20 million on that $48 million budget, one of the biggest net losses
Thanks to Prime
at
Fruity
the
Loop.
time. So
Every
it
sub
was
hub.
such a disastrous outing for the first movie based on a game, followed by a similar stinker with 1994's Street Fighter, cemented the notion that games just couldn't be adapted
I never
to film,
watched that
even
one.
if that wasn't exactly true. 1995's Mortal Kombat. The
I did watch that
Angelina
one.
Jolie Tomb Raider film,
That one was
Silent
good.
Hill, Prince
Don't know
of
that
Persia,
one.
Angry Birds,
Don't know that one.
Rampage, Warcraft,
That one
and
was
now Detective
good.
Pikachu,
Oh,
while
fuck.
all having mixed reviews, all went on to financial success. So the curse, as it were, has long since faded. Now, speaking of faded, where are they all now? Leitmotiv and Hollywood Pictures have both ceased to be, although the latter was still distributing films up until 2007. John Leguizamo went on to star in several big films throughout the 90s and has
Yep.
worked steadily to this day. While miserable during the actual filming, he credits Super Mario Bros. With his rise as a comedy star, and stated in a
He's a gift sub,
2013
Bozar.
video celebrating the film's 20th anniversary, "I'm glad people appreciate the movie. It was the first. Nobody had done it before. We made a lot of great things, and we made a lot of mistakes."
Agreed. It
John
was
is referencing
mostly
the fact
great,
that
though.
In subsequent years, Mario Bros. Has gained somewhat of an appreciation for its off-kilter nature and unique setting, which culminated in the Super Mario Bros. Movie Archive, an extensive encyclopedia for just about every single facet of the film. Give it
Why?
a look-see for even more behind-the-scenes info. Bob Hoskins unfortunately passed away in 2014, but did not share the same reverence for the film that his brother Luigi had. The worst thing I ever did was
Oh,
Super
shit.
Mario Brothers. It was a nightmare. The whole experience was a nightmare. It had a husband and wife team directing whose arrogance had been mistaken
Thanks to
for
recent
talent.
denial.
After so many weeks, their own agent told them to get off the set. Nightmare. Idiots. Dennis Hopper, who also passed away in 2010, shared some similar sentiments.
Damn.
I made a picture called Super Mario Brothers, and my 6-year-old son at the time, he's now 18, he said, "Dad,
Oh,
I think
no.
you're probably a pretty good actor, but why did you play that terrible guy King Koopa in the Super Mario Brothers?" And I said, "Well, I did that so you could have shoes." And he said, "Dad, I don't need shoes that badly." As for Jankel and Morton, their careers never really recovered, having
Good
only directed in
news.
TV
Very
and
good
commercials
news.
since Super Mario Bros. And claim that Hollywood had blacklisted them ever since. They also divorced in 2005. Now, while
Makes
it's
sense.
easy to place the blame on them, they have since stated they wanted Super Mario Bros. To succeed, but were always frustrated they couldn't make the movie 100% their own, as it definitely was a project of competing visions. Between them, the producers, and the actors, everyone wanted something a bit different, so if they had managed to fire on all cylinders and maybe land on a release date away from Jurassic Park, who knows what cinematic
Yeah, I
adventures the
know.
Mario
I've heard that,
Brothers could
okay.
have had, especially since the
I
ending
understand.
sets itself up for sequels. The failure of the film scared Nintendo off of cinematic adaptations for over 25 years, and only recently did they announce that they were finally re-entering it with an animated Super Mario Bros. Movie within the next few years, which is probably what they should have done in the first place. If you'd like to suggest some other cinematic disastrophes...
Honestly though, that movie, Super Mario Bros., bangs. Thanks to the resub, Craig. I want to rewatch it now. That was like the best advertisement for the movie. Now I just want to watch it again. Okay. Is this... What is it about? Give me like an overview. Some cults are just kind of sad more than entertaining. Give me an overview of this cult. Thanks to Prime Chris. Happy birthday, Combat. Hope you have a good birthday. It's about your mom brainwashing my cock. Alright, fair enough. The skateboard hero who fought a terrorist. I actually know that one. I'm just gonna look it up. People are saying that this is Toss. I've never heard of Anthill Kids. Canadian cult leader who led a small religious group, the Anthill Kids in Ontario, 1977 to 1989. Multiple wives. Impregnated every female member as part of the religious requirement. Had 26 kids. His members were subject to severe sexual abuse and physical abuse. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't seem like a fun, goofy cult. He's a tier 1 Hinabku and the prime Sweptquill. Yeah, I probably can't even watch this on Twitch anyway. Japanese doomsday cult. Well, it doesn't have to be cult shit. Probably no Defunct Land tonight. Thanks to the resub, Beefy Tin Man. Okay, hold on. Give me one second. I need to fill up my water. I'm thirsty. I haven't had water in a little while. I'll be right back. Thanks to the tier 1 Grass Pappy. Hey there. Thanks to the Prime, Sweet Tart. Balloon Fest 86, huh? And no, I don't know that one either. Oof. Thanks to the resub, Dr. Ruffles. I like Nikki Jakey a lot. I already watch all his content. Yeah, I'll at least start this so it stops getting suggested so much.
Have you heard the conspiracy about McDonald's? About their ice cream? What about it?
Okay, so I've been investigating something for a long time, probably deeper than I've gone on any other video for a while at least. Something I never thought I would be investigating, but I am. I'm investigating McDonald's ice cream machines. Who wants to go get ice cream?
I always hear about this meme, but I've never gotten ice cream
cone?
from McDonald's.
Not today. Not today. Maybe tomorrow or something.
Or next week, I don't know.
Does that happen a lot, like that the machine's down?
Yeah, in this one, yeah.
Okay. For a few years now, people have
Like the
taken
resub
notice
caution.
that the ice cream machines at McDonald's always seem to be down.
Ice cream
Congratulations,
machine
Gina.
part is not working.
That's incredible.
The broken
Good
ice
work.
cream machines at McDonald's have been the fodder for
That's great,
a
Gina.
lot of weird internet culture. One guy even made an interactive map that shows every single McDonald's that has a broken ice cream machine at this current moment.
So I reverse engineered the Android app. I think it was like it was a meme, but nobody actually knew if this meme was correct or not. But they didn't know that was like an actual thing.
Yeah, my theory is that
All
it
the
constantly needs cleaning that they don't bother with.
Months ago,
That's
I got
my
an
guess.
email from a guy who said that he had a deeper story. He said that there are important questions that no one is asking, and he promised
Thanks, Echo,
me
and yeah, I like
answers
Salmonella.
to those questions.
Good channel.
And data and evidence to back it up. He even said that there's potentially something nefarious going on here. I was like, okay, cool, another conspiracy theory
I'm
about
not sure what my
these
favorite
McDonald's
90s
ice
song would
cream
be.
makers. So I asked my producer Jack to get on the phone with this guy and hear him out. A week later, Jack called me.
There's actually something going on here. I've been going through everything and you really need to see this.
Okay. I was still highly skeptical that this could be anything worth a video or an investigation, but I decided
Well,
to
we'll
dive
see.
into
It's
it and
48
see
minutes
this evidence
somehow.
for myself. I started looking at data, at internal McDonald's emails, at these mind-numbing 100-page instruction manuals for ice cream makers. I started talking to McDonald's franchise owners and managers and guests. It turns out there is something really weird going on here.
I
Something that
can't
hasn't
believe
been
that.
reported on
I
before.
really can't.
And something that shows that McDonald's broken ice cream machines actually reveal a bigger story about how big businesses protect one another, even if that means hurting their customers. I never thought I'd be going down a deep investigation into ice cream makers, but I am, and I did, and I want to share with you what I learned.
This has got to be overhyped to all fuck.
And the machine is always down.
The ice cream machine is broken.
And if we try to pull the lever, this will happen.
Sorry, the ice cream machine is broken. The broken McDonald's ice cream machine epidemic has been so widespread for so long that it's a meme.
You know what they're gonna say. You already know. The ice cream machine is broken.
Ice cream machine is broken.
Thanks to resub, Red Skyhawk.
Kind of sounds like there's a story behind that one, doesn't it?
And thanks to the bit cigarette.
In this very moment, if you look at McBroken, around 13% of ice cream makers in the United States are not working. That's any red dot on this map. What a brilliant little tool Rashik made. I mean, this is just
It's
so
a lot
good. So Jack,
less
why
than I
are
thought it
ice
would
cream
be.
Machines always broken.
So once the internet started to notice this, the Wall Street Journal and Business Insider and
Thanks
a
to
bunch of
Bits
other
Rapid Fire.
outlets started to report on it. And the conclusion that they came to was that these machines aren't actually broken. They're just going through a really long and really complicated cleaning cycle that lasts 4 hours at a time. And when that happens,
Jesus Christ.
the employees tell you it's broken because it's just easier. But Don't take my word for it.
So when you go there and they tell you it's broken, there's a high chance it's not broken. It's just shut up for maintenance.
Okay, so human
Well,
error
BuzzFeed said
and
it, so.
this long cleaning cycle, that was the conclusion that like
Thanks
everyone
for your sub,
came
Nate.
to, and everyone seemed to be satisfied with that. I mean, I would be satisfied with that. It's a pretty tight conclusion. But hold on a second. Wait a minute. Do you guys have Frosties?
Yeah.
I was just at McDonald's and the ice cream machine was broken, and it seems like it always is. Is the ice cream machine broken here very often?
No. Yeah, that's a McDonald's problem. We wash our machines every single.
Oh, that's cool. Is it easy to do that, or is it pretty complicated?
No, it's actually really easy to clean it. They're just lazy.
Ah.
It's the honest truth. It's the honest truth.
So, Wendy's doesn't have this problem. And what's crazy is that they use the same brand of machine as McDonald's does, and yet they don't.
Well,
know
that
how
is
to
a little
work, and
interesting
there's
then.
some
I'll
internet
say
meme
that's
for
kind
them.
of interesting.
Nor is it for other places that use the same brand of ice cream maker, like In-N-Out or Chick-fil-A or a bunch of others. So why is it only McDonald's that has a problem with the broken ice cream?
Because nobody fucking likes working at McDonald's.
You don't have that issue.
If you want a real answer on this, you need to talk to the people who suffer
There's
the
a bits,
most when
Thule.
these machines broken, which actually isn't McDonald's corporate. It's the people who own these individual restaurants or franchises. These are the people who pay the price in lost revenue when the machine is broken. So I talked to them. I talked to managers who actually deal with broken machines. And I also went deep in this 111-page owner's manual, which
Oh
is
my
not
God.
a read I recommend, but I will summarize what it says. What I've found is
McDonald's does
as
not
mind-boggling
use
as
the same machine as Wendy's. Well, let's double check. I mean, this guy dedicated like a month to this, so I think I would trust his research more over just a single comment in Twitch chat, but I'll look it up now. Yeah, let's see. Nope, they use the same ice cream machine. What are you talking about? They both use the same brand. Which is what he's saying as well. It's not the exact same machine, but it's the same brand, so you would expect that they kind of work the same.
it is infuriating. To understand this, you have to understand how these ice cream machines work and why they break. So I ask you to bear with me as we learn how an ice cream machine at McDonald's works and why they always break. Once you understand that, you will understand who is getting rich every time one of these things breaks.
I
And
am.
an incentive to keep them broken.
Every broken ice cream machine is money in my pocket.
And I was like, okay, I'm
Pussies.
gonna guess it's gonna be around like 5%. And it came back to like 13%, which is insane.
One question that needs to be asked is, should you be building ice cream machines if after 17 years you still can't get the software right?
No, yeah, that's a McDonald's problem.
Okay,
Oh,
really quick, I just want
come
to
on
talk
now.
about life insurance. McDonald's ice cream makers.
If somebody said I have a product that 10% or 12% of the time it's not functioning, from an industry standard standpoint, what does it look like?
That's not good at all. Being down for 10% all the time, that's like, no, you can't do that.
So let's look at the machine in question here. It's this guy, the C602.
Yeah, let me take a
made by
peek at her.
company called Taylor. This machine is made specifically for McDonald's. Taylor is like an OG partner of McDonald's. They've been doing business together since the very beginning of McDonald's. They're both based like a few miles away from each other in Illinois. They are old business partners going back decades. But like I said, Taylor makes ice cream machines for a bunch of other fast food restaurants like Wendy and Chick-fil-A, and those machines aren't broken all the time. So it's something very specific to McDonald's and Taylor that explains the ice cream machine issue. If you want to start a McDonald's franchise,
Well, maybe
sign an
that we'll have to
agreement
see
with
the
McDonald's
conclusion,
corporate
Doomer, but
that
that's
says,
kind of what
open
I
a
think.
restaurant And I'll make sure that everything is standardized. It's a part of this agreement that says you have to use this kind of French fry and you have to use one of 2 different companies for your fryer and your grill or whatever. When this new ice cream machine came out in 2003, McDonald's
The
had
movie
it in
theater I
their
worked at
agreement
used
with all
those
their
exact
franchises,
models,
which
never
is
had
like
an expensive
16,000 in the United States, that they had to
Never
use
had an
this
extensive
machine.
issue and
No
cleaning
other
was
machine.
super
They could
easy.
not use any other machine on the planet. They had to use the C602 made by McDonald's and Taylor. It was in their agreement. Usually franchisees can pick between multiple different companies for the gear in their store. Not in this case. You had to use the C602. So let's dive into this machine.
This
cream
is what I need.
And dairy needs to be kept at a certain temperature to stay safe. The machine itself has all these pipes that have dairy going through it all the time. So what they do once per day is they heat up the whole machine, including the ice cream mixture, to
Makes it a
like
bit again, Thule.
151 degrees Fahrenheit. They leave it at
Makes
that
it tier
temperature
1
for a
Spartan.
while it kills off all the bacteria, and then it comes back down to a freezing temperature where it turns into ice cream. That process takes about 4 hours, and this
Makes it
is
prime
the
green.
thing that you hear about all the time as the explanation for why the machine is always down. But here's the nuance here that really illuminates the story. Usually the employees do this overnight while the store is closed. Someone in the night shift gets the cleaning cycle going and then they lock up for the night. The next morning, new employees
I didn't even know
who are
McDonald's
opening the store for the
weren't
morning
24 hours.
show
I
up
thought they were all
and
24
they
hours.
look at the ice cream machine, and on the screen, they usually see one of 2 things. Heat cycle was successful, the ice cream machine is ready to use, or heat cycle failed. They don't know exactly why the heat cycle failed overnight. They're looking at this interface that looks like it's from like 1983, and all they see is something like heat mode failure or some other obscure code that doesn't really tell you what happened. The machine is completely locked out until you successfully run one of these heat cycles. You have to run the heat cycle. Even if the heat cycle
Thanks to give
missed
some torch
one of
light.
these benchmarks by like 1 degree, it's still just gonna tell you the thing failed. Doesn't tell you why or by how much. So the employee tells their manager. The manager has no idea why the heat cycle failed, and so they just tell their employee to like run it again. Luckily, it's the morning,
It's a good
so people aren't getting
it's
ice
a good
cream
suggestion.
yet, but, like run the heat cycle again. So employee runs the heat cycle again, and it fails again. Probably for the same reason it failed in the first place, which nobody knows at this point. P.S. As a C602 ice cream machine insider, the reason why it failed probably is because the hopper's a little bit too full of the ice cream mix, and it takes a while for it to heat up and cool down that mass of matter. So just fill it a little bit less next time. That's one of many reasons why it might fail. Anyway, nobody knows this because they're just sitting there trying to serve customers.
This guy did his fucking research.
Chaotic world. You're just trying to make people happy.
I'd fucking trust him.
Run the heat cycle, it fails again. So the heat cycle
Thanks to Risa
fails
Maniac
again.
and the bits
Manager's
again,
pissed.
Thule.
You have angry people asking for ice cream, and everyone's just saying like, yeah, the ice cream machine's down, sorry.
Yeah, it's apparently what everyone's
Anything
saying,
about
but
it.
it's
So
apparently
finally,
it's
the
easy.
manager calls the franchise owner, the owner of the business, and says, what do we do? And the franchise owner says, we need to get ice cream sales going. This is not okay. We're losing money. Just call the guy. Just call the guy. That's verbatim what one of the franchise owners told me. He said, when things are crazy, I just tell them to just call the guy. Now
He's a
we're
gift
getting to the
wolf.
heart of this. The guy, in this case,
Is
means
me.
one guy or woman, which is an authorized service technician from Taylor, the company who makes the machine. Remember this?
The ice cream machine isn't working right now.
No, just here to fix the ice cream machine.
Okay. You're from Taylor?
Yes.
Okay, because I've never seen the uniform. That's why I'm a little.
Oh, okay, yeah, we switch things up.
So you're still Taylor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Turns out that Taylor is the only company that is authorized to repair and maintain these machines. It's in their contract. If you call anyone else but Taylor, first off, they wouldn't know how to use it because it's such a strange esoteric
This is
machine.
so
And also,
simple.
You would void your contract, your warranty. So you call the service technician.
Just
he or
heat
she
it up,
comes to
idiot.
Fix the machine. We got our hands on some actual invoices that show how much these Taylor repair people cost. It's different in every market and for every scenario, but somewhere to the tune of $144 for the first 30 minutes.
Wow.
And then up to hundreds of dollars for each additional 15 minutes. thereafter.
Holy shit.
So the desperate franchise owner, the one who runs the business, has to decide, do I deal with angry customers who are yelling at me because I don't have ice cream? Or do I just call the guy and get them to come repair this at any cost. It doesn't matter. So these franchise owners end up paying thousands and thousands of dollars, not because their employees are incompetent or they're bad at training, but because this machine locks them out and they have no idea why. They're looking at a screen that looks like this, and all roads point to call the service technician. I watched a bunch of advertisements for Taylor Company, the people who make this ice cream machine and do all the maintenance.
Taylor needs to step their shit up.
Here. Their advertisements are more about how great their repairs team is.
Innovators don't build machines, they solve problems. This is an expert technician. There are 6,500 Taylor technicians worldwide ready to help you. The Taylor Company.
A few years ago, Taylor was in talks to be acquired
Maybe
by another
scary.
company called Middleby. They put together a pitch deck of all their financials to sort of say, like, look at how good our business is. And on that pitch deck, they stated that 25% of their revenue comes from this repair and parts service of their business. Yes, they make ice cream.
Maybe it is manufactured
A quarter of
obsolescence.
their business comes from just maintenance and repairs. This sort of reoccurring revenue,
Is there some
revenue you
Berkeley
can rely
in
on
Sasquatch?
month after month, is like gold for investors. People love this because this is like, you can project how much money you're gonna get every month if you can rely on a certain channel of revenue in your business. Taylor can rely on services and repairs from McDonald's ice cream machines. Remember,
But why don't they do that for Wendy's and everything else?
for years and years, McDonald's franchises were only allowed to use Taylor machines. They had no options. They couldn't be like, wow, this machine sucks, I'm gonna go somewhere else. So they had to use the machines, regardless. And they had to use this
Exit
specific
Prime
machine
Shamble.
that breaks all of the time.
Our parts and service network is what makes Taylor the company of choice for the food service industry.
No matter what time of the fucking day, the ice cream machine is broke. How?
McDonald's is making my baby cry.
How?
Well, don't go to McDonald's for ice cream. Step one. Go anywhere else. Literally fucking anywhere else.
Try to improve the software component.
Who goes to
You imagine
McDonald's
that
for
with a
ice cream?
machine that is notoriously broken all the time, they would update their software to give more useful feedback to the user. Like, hey, your cleaning cycle failed last night, only by 1 degree, and that's probably because your hopper was too full. Try to fill it a little bit less next time. Alas, no. Since 2003, when this thing came out, there have been quite a few software updates.
Oh,
But
wow.
instead of improving usability of the software has actually introduced just new sets of cryptic error codes that don't help anyone
wow.
solve any
Is that a
problem.
Bitcoin wallet
I have
address?
spent hours in this instruction manual going through all of the error codes. And
God, I guess people love the
I feel
McFlurry.
like maybe, just
Hold on, let me pause for a second. I've never had a McFlurry. That's gonna go on my to-order list now. Just like the McRib, which was absolutely fucking atrocious. Let's try McFlurry next. Okay.
maybe after reading this multiple times and like being in the weeds, I could operate one of these machines and maybe understand what's going on when things fail. But it is clear to me that
Exit
this
Prime
machine
Shamble.
is not set up for the user to have success in diagnosing and fixing the problem. One person I was talking to was like, they had just opened a store and it was a brand new store, brand new machine, and they're like, yeah, in the first few months we called the guy like 4 or 5 times. I am blown away that a product like this, with software this cryptic and horrible, can exist in 2021. The menus
I'm not,
are
it's
horribly
genius.
complicated.
Manufactured obsolescence is so profitable.
The buttons don't have words on them. Instead, they're just like a bunch of symbols. Like, it's like, press the flavor button, press the ice cream button to get to here. Like, to access this menu, press these 2 buttons at the same time. It's like, how could you ever expect
Thanks, the
somebody,
resub erection.
especially like an entry-level employee who's been on the job for like a few days, to understand any of this? It is a product that is set up to fail and that has no incentive to improve. Because what this means for Taylor is simply more services and repairs for their pocket.
It's same shit.
25% of their entire business is based on this. And then there's the secret menu.
Fucking pronunciation, please.
In addition
Making
to
a
the
product
manual that's given to users,
malfunction
I
on
also have a hold
purpose.
of the service manual that is given to the Taylor service people. Like, this is like the insider manual that gives you the whole picture on this machine. I do not recommend you read it. In this manual, you learn about a separate menu for the service technicians. It's called the service menu. This one is not accessible to the user, the person who owns the machine, the franchise owner. It's only accessible to the service techs who have very specific code for it. The existence of this service menu is found nowhere in the user manual, the thing given to the person who owns the machine. And yet, according to this manual, this menu contains, quote, critical operating parameters for the machine. So wait, if this machine is breaking all of the time, and you have a franchise owner who's trying to keep their customers happy, and there's a menu where there are, quote, critical operating parameters that the owner doesn't have access to, just call the guy. Just call the guy. The machine is not meant to give the user a clear picture on why it's breaking. A few weeks ago, a Taylor service technician realized that he was required to install this new software update on all McDonald's machines. He noticed that the update had a bunch of weird new error codes that made the machine worse and less functional. So he posted a video about it, asking for help from other service technicians.
Nice.
Shortly after he posted the video disappeared. When asked what happened, he responded with, quote, "The system defeated me." He was clearly told to take the video down. Somebody doesn't want this sort of thing on the internet. Now listen,
this is a lot more interesting than you guys gave it credit for.
Conspiracies around the ice cream machines. This isn't one of those. This is actually very rational human and business behavior. When one has a monopoly over ice cream makers, and they've created a particularly shitty product that breaks all the time and gives users...
No, chat was the one saying that this wasn't worth watching and that it's boring. So the problem is just employees. That was just my hypothesis.
In an open market, the incentive to make your product better comes from competition and comes from basically ramifications. You'll be driven out of business if you don't make a good product. In this case, that's not the dynamic. And in fact, having a bad product is incentivized because it means more money in services and repairs for this business. And the reason why McDonald's corporate is okay with that is because the cost isn't borne by them. It's borne by local franchise owners who have to pay for services and repairs. Taylor has the capacity to make and improve ice cream makers. They do that all the time at Wendy's and Chick-fil-A and In-N-Out. And yet the machine made for their OG exclusive partner McDonald's doesn't receive the same improvement and refinement.
It's genius, actually.
It receives a bunch of new error codes and terrible user experience, which always leads to call the guy. One franchise owner I talked to said, all roads lead to call the technician. Like this product is designed to get you to call the technician. At this moment, as I'm talking to you, 15% of all ice cream machines in the US are down. The standard for most industrial products is that you have less than a 1% failure rate for your product. In fact, the real target for mass industrial products is 99.99966% of the time your product
wow, that's pretty good.
3.14 errors for every 1 million opportunities. What you're seeing here with 15% is a dismal failure, and it is the product of no pressure or no incentive to improve.
Okay.
And in fact, a perverse incentive to keep it shitty. The last chapter of this story is the one that is still developing today, and it has to do with the email I got a few months ago from somebody who's deep in the middle of this. I'm gonna let the news play out over...
It's owned by the Yakuza.
This happens, but here's what's going on. The guy who reached out to me originally was someone named Jeremy. He's a tech entrepreneur. He invented a product that could basically fix this problem of like terrible feedback to the user of these ice cream machines.
It's classic Arasaka.
Plug into your ice cream maker and it connects with your phone and it gives you solid reporting on all the things happening in your ice cream machine. Something that this does not do. And it identifies like actionable things that you can do to train your employees to make sure that that problem doesn't happen again. Basically, it avoids this happening in the first place and avoids you needing to call the guy all the time. As soon as Jeremy launched this product, it was a smashing hit with franchise owners. They started selling hundreds of these things to franchises all across the country.
If McDonald's did somehow get out of the contract with Taylor, they'd see a big boost in sales.
To help employees manage the machines and reduce downtime.
Franchise owners I talked to said that instead of getting these vague error codes, now they actually get like solid reporting on what is happening inside this machine, and they can like train their employees to help avoid this. Now, let me just caveat for a second. Jeremy and his company Kitsch obviously have a big financial stake in this story. I'm aware that he reached out to me
Thanks to
some
Thanatos.
data and that there's a big conflict of interest in terms of like neutral journalism and my informant being somebody who stands to gain a lot of money if this story comes to light. And that's why this story has taken me literally months to report. I've had to go through and independently report and verify every single thing that Jeremy has told me. Hence this. So yes, while there is a major stake for Jeremy and Kitch for this story and for exactly what I'm saying here, the fact is, everything that I have said here checks out on my own independent reporting. Just let that be known. Okay, so Kitch got so popular among franchise owners that at this conference where all the franchise owners got together late last year to have a conference to talk about McDonald's things, sounds like a riveting conference, the head of this organization of franchise owners gets up and says,
"Now this is no silver bullet, but it's my belief that the information it provides increases awareness and results in faster reaction times when a problem does occur. Now, to be clear,
is that Ben
this is not a
Askren?
McDonald's approved piece of equipment."
I mean, he sort of like endorsed it. He was like, this is a sweet product. It's actually helping us out. Soon after this endorsement, McDonald's sends an email to all of its franchises that says that they've determined that Kitch is actually super dangerous.
Oh,
and they cause
boy.
serious safety risks. And they recommend that the franchise owners stop using it, saying that they will void their warranty if they do. Wait, what? So you have this device that is clearly solving a major problem, and instead of being like, whoa, tell us more about this, let's see if we can get this
Holy
approved
shit.
and put it into more shops, they blacklist it, and they scare away a bunch of their franchisees from using it. I reached out to McDonald's directly to ask them point blank, like, WTF, why are you blacklisting a product that has the potential to solve this problem that you get made fun of all the time on the internet for? They came back to me with some boilerplate PR language about being committed to their customers and all this stuff, being able to buy sweet treats and all this. And then this little nugget at the end where they say that McDonald's is testing a connectivity solution with an approved McDonald's supplier. In other words, McDonald's
Makes you
is
some Jekko.
working on a product that does exactly the same thing. Oh, and the company that they're using to do this
Taylor.
is called Powerhouse Dynamics,
Oh.
who is, wait for it, owned by the same company. Taylor. They're under the same parent company, Taylor and Powerhouse Dynamics. They're keeping it in the family. Oh, and this device, the new one that they're testing out, doesn't give the full picture to the user. It continues to block them out of certain aspects of the machine that could be useful in diagnosing
Thanks for
why
5
the
gift subs,
machine is always
Jacob.
broken.
Thank you, Jacob.
The theme here is the same. It has been the whole
Thanks
time.
to Tier 1
Two
Parker.
old companies that have been working together for a long time, looking out for each other, and keeping control over data so that they
Thanks to
can
give
save
sub
their
Tugboat.
own necks from being disrupted by new tech. That is like this story like that is as old as time, and it is happening right here in a potentially collusionary way. Again, is this a deep conspiracy? Is there like secret backdoor deals going on? No, this is actually horribly predictable. What this is old companies who are afraid of being disrupted by smarter, better products, doing whatever they can to hold on to their share of the market. This new connectivity product that
Thanks to
McDonald's
resub
mentioned to
Kaiju.
me basically does the same thing as Kitch. But this new device
It was a while back,
doesn't
Kaiju, actually. It was
give
like
the full
a week
picture.
and a half.
It still blocks the user out of those things that have been behind the technician's secret menu. The things that the user manual itself says are critical. It's the same old story.
Yeah,
of
Taylor's
keeping
got
tight
McDonald's by the
control over
balls.
what data and experience the user has so that they can continue to maintain their exclusive relationship with services and repairs,
Thanks to Prime 4 less.
which is 25% of their business. It's honestly smart, shrewd, cutthroat business behavior.
Thanks
But
to
you know
5
who
gift
it
subs,
hurts?
Polly Walker. Thank
It
you,
hurts
Polly.
the franchisees, and it hurts all of us who want to go buy McFlurries. This is anti-competitive behavior, trying to squash new products in the name of retaining control. So there's a lot of nuance here that I've sort of blasted through very quickly. But the upshot is that McDonald's ice cream makers are broken more than everyone else's ice cream makers, even though they're made by the same company, because the company that makes them has no incentive to improve, and in fact has an incentive to keep them bad. Over the years, they've done a terrible job improving their software, and they've kept employees, managers, and franchisees in the dark of what's actually going on with their ice cream maker, preventing them from actually being able to fix it themselves. And when finally someone
Thanks to
comes
Resub
with a
Stainless.
product that could actually fix it, they squash it in the name of their own product that does sort of a worse version of what that new product was going to do. Kitch is suing McDonald's for a bunch of stuff. You can go read it
Nice.
if you'd like. And certainly in coming months, we will learn the details of exactly how this is all going down. But for now, next time you're at McDonald's and they don't have ice cream, just know that it's not because of lazy employees. it's not because of lack of training. It's because there's an old relationship between two old companies that don't want things to change.
That was so much more interesting than I would have expected. I wonder how much shit is like that. I remember a popular one back in 2010, 2011. Microsoft was shipping the discs for the Xbox 360 in a way that would damage them over time. So if you wanted to keep playing your games, you would have to buy them again because the discs would stop working. Because the argument was the disc holders in the game cases, they were a little too jagged. So after some time of putting it in and out of the cases, your disc would stop working, and it was happening to a lot of people at the time. I don't know if that was ever confirmed or anything, but that shit was a pretty big one as well. Thanks to the Prime Purple. I don't know about that one, Laser. Thanks to the Prime Ethan. I'm actually pretty sure I saw that. Isn't that Jubilee? Let me check. Yeah, we saw this. I thought so. That was interesting. I wonder, has anything come from that? Let me see. Surely it would have been reported on by now, right? No, I guess not. Usually journalists are so desperate they just start taking fucking tweets off Twitter for their articles. I would have thought... I see Verge is the only one. I would have thought they'd really jump all over that one. Exit Tier 1 Fishy Wizard. Yeah, I definitely want to try a McFlurry though. Fuck McDonald's, but I'm gonna try that McFlurry. Chad has good things to say about it. The only time I've eaten McDonald's is with the McRib for tier list, and now this. And every time it's more shockingly mediocre than the last. We'll see if this one's actually interesting. Thanks to resub Davey. And thanks to the resub MK. What video, Davey? Don't set expectations too high. I never do with that kind of shit. I feel like there's just no reason to ever go to McDonald's. I really don't see why anyone ever ends up at a McDonald's. It is outclassed by almost every other fast food place except Burger King. Thanks to the resub Game Tatoes and the Prime Fuego. The nuggets? The nuggets are literally the same nuggets that almost every other place uses. Like Wendy's nuggets and fucking McDonald's nuggets, I'm pretty sure are the exact same. Thanks to the resub Jitaro and Julia. Damn, I didn't know there were so many McDonald's fans here. Jesus. Every fast food is cheap. It's the whole point of fast food. That really struck a chord with McNuggies fans, I guess. God damn. Thanks to Prime Lamb Chops. Thanks to resub Spifer and Prime Ryuki. Yeah, McDonald's just sucks though. Like, it's just the most mediocre food experience ever. I'm curious. I'm actually pretty sure it's not even the cheapest fast food. Let me see. thought so. Wendy's is cheaper. I just looked up the prices. Wendy's is cheaper almost across the board. Let me see it compared to Burger King. Burger King is cheaper in almost every category. Thanks, Resub Cloud. Now let's compare it to another big one. How about Taco Bell? I can't actually find this one. Why can't I find Taco Bell's menu prices? Taco Bell is cheaper. Well, actually Taco Bell's got some expensive items. Okay, this one's a lot closer. Taco Bell versus McDonald's is pretty close. Kind of like averages out to like almost the same, I guess. Taco Bell's got some expensive shit. And I'll never forgive Taco Bell for getting rid of those nacho fries. That shit was actual beauty. I never eat fast food, but for that tier list when we were doing fries, nacho fries were nutty. They're back? Oh, that didn't last long. Nice. All the old Jubilee stuff, Laser, we've watched. New Jubilee just sucks. McDonald's breakfast is better than a lot of fast food places. I always like their hash browns and their egg whatevers. But yeah, I don't think I ever ate breakfast at any other fast food place, so I can't compare it anywhere. Oh yeah, I know that one, Colt. Yeah, I think most people are aware they get fucked with that. Not much to do there, though. Yeah, I couldn't tell you, Bozar. Well, apparently nacho fries are back, Nauseous, so who knows, you might get them. No, I didn't see that one, Violet. Maybe we'll watch that in a minute. I'm really interested in this McDonald's shit now, though. Now I'm just looking up McDonald's shit. I am really shocked that so many people still are so positive about McDonald's. But I guess that's because I've been doing like fucking fast food tier lists, so I directly compare it to other places. It's just like, on everything I've had from McDonald's except the McRib, which was in a category all of its own for disgusting, everything else has just been like genuine mediocrity. Yeah, but it doesn't have to be mediocre, though. Why settle for something mediocre when you could just go somewhere that's better? Like Wendy's, which is cheaper than McDonald's. But I guess maybe it's not like as close as your McDonald's, I don't know. Guess I'm not taking into account travel distance. Thanks to the resub BM Crack. Have I seen the spicy chicken sandwich? I don't think so. On another note, buy some AMC stock tomorrow. It's gonna squeeze like your ball sack in a vice grip. Is that Wall Street Bet's next target? I've got a crazy plot twist for you. I bought AMC stock when GME was being pumped. That's when FOMO really kicked in, so I've got AMC stock. And you know what's going to happen with it? It's going to continue to go down, and I'm going to continue to get sad. I don't think there's any chance AMC stock does anything helpful. But I would love to be proven wrong, so it's fine by me. Thanks for the gift sub. Me too, dude. My dad was in the car selling business. I know all about the fucking shady car practices. I'm fucking way familiar. He's a tier 1 electro VTuber. That's interesting, Trippy, maybe. Sleep well, Abdul. Or Abdi. The biggest fraud in sports. Fucking sports. What a disgusting word. Unless there's an E in front of it. This guy?
Lenny Dykstra started his career in 1985. He was a tiny 5'10", 160 pounds, but through a combination of hard work, dedication, obsessive amounts of chewing tobacco, blackmail, and human growth hormone, Dykstra reached the pinnacle of baseball. He was voted most hated player 5 times in a row, appeared in 3 All-Star
Nice.
games, won a Silver Slugger, a World Series, earned over $24 million in salary, became friends with Charlie Sheen, Robert De Niro,
That's
Donald
weird,
Trump,
Gina. First
and
I've heard
built
of
a
that.
business empire worth $60 million. He also acquired several drug addictions, was investigated by the federal government 3 times, was sued by dozens of business partners, admitted
seems
to
cool.
multiple cases of sexual assault, grand theft auto, and indecent exposure, spent
Not
years
so
in
cool
solitary
anymore.
confinement, was beat down by prison guards, leaving
Holy
him with
shit.
permanent brain damage, achieved a net worth of negative $30 million,
Holy shit.
threatened to kill an Uber driver, and even scheduled a fight with the Bagel Boss.
Dude, you want to step
Holy
outside?
shit.
You want to step outside?
Yes, the Bagel Boss.
What the fuck? Well, I'm in. What with an intro like that?
Encompasses the life of Lenny Dykstra. It is this play right here. Lenny does not like this call, and despite having enough tobacco to feed a small village, he finds enough space in his mouth to complain to the umpire. Lenny would go on to say that the catcher had been kissing up to the umpire all night, which prompted this to happen.
Ooh, baby.
The bench is cleared, and is usually the case in baseball. Free for all.
That's rough. He even has like a +5 to poison because he has so much
Plays like this are the
fucking
reason
tobacco
Lenny
in his
earned the
mouth.
nickname Nails, because,
So
yep,
punching
he
him
is
just
tough
makes
as
it fall
nails.
into
When
his
he entered
face.
the league, he was short and skinny, 5'9", 160 pounds. He was drafted in the 13th round despite hitting .550 and being one of the best high school players in the country. Lenny would skip college, go directly to the
Exit
pros,
Prime, no clout.
and did anything in his power to make it and stay in the majors, even if it meant lying, cheating, and threatening anyone who got in his way. He even claims that he had never read a book until after his career because he thought it would hurt his eyes, making him worse at hitting. So yeah, this guy was really dedicated. Lenny would make it to the majors in
He didn't miss anything.
1985
Books
with the
suck.
New York Mets. This team is famous for being extremely devious. They drank and did drugs all night and still dominated their opponents the next day. But perhaps the most shocking fact about Lenny Dykstra, he rarely partied with the Mets. At this point in his life, he was too dedicated to baseball to do
Hey,
drugs
sub
or
game.
alcohol and knew they would hurt his performance, which is pretty ironic
True,
because by
Teddy.
the end of his career, the opposite was true. He did a bunch of drugs every day because he knew not doing them would hurt his performance. Lenny Dykstra literally thought when it came to baseball, reading was worse for you than drugs.
And he was
Despite
right.
Lenny's eventual dark path into drugs, coming up, he had no experience with them whatsoever. Growing up, he never went to a single dance or party, never had a girlfriend.
Ooh, that
claims to
sounds
have
interesting,
only had
Jake.
one friend growing up because he needed someone to play catch with, and didn't have his first sip of alcohol until he made it to the major leagues. He was intensely dedicated
What
to
a
baseball,
fucking
and it
loser.
paid off. In 1985,
Holy
Lenny
shit.
Dykstra was called up to the major leagues. He was 22 years old, and in his first major league game, Dykstra hit a home run. It was his first major league hit and would be his only home run of the year, but Lenny proved he belonged. He batted leadoff, was known for coming up clutch, was loved by Mets fans, and absolutely hated by Mets opponents because he was an absolute savage on the field. In 1986, Lenny played a key role for the Mets. He was their most valuable player in the NLCS, and with Lenny's help, they won the 1986 World Series.
I've
The
never
Mets
heard of
won
this
in a lot
guy.
Other ways too, but yeah, Dykstra didn't hurt. But despite Lenny's above-average play in his first 4 seasons, his manager Davey Johnson never once let him become a full-time starter.
That
This is
guy
part of
looks
the
like he
reason
means
Dykstra today
business.
Constantly calls Johnson a terrible person and manager every time he gets the chance. According to him, Johnson is an alcoholic who cost the Mets several World Series. And after years of being an above-average player without being rewarded a starting position, Dykstra finally
Sounds good,
complained
alien.
enough to get traded to the Phillies. He would play the second half of the 1989 season in Philadelphia, finally getting the chance to become the everyday player he begged for. Unfortunately for Dykstra, he was awful at it. Lenny learned his body really couldn't withstand the grind of a 162-game season. By the end of the year, he only weighed 150 pounds, and knowing that the 1990 season would be the year that determined whether he would get a big contract, be forced to be on the bench.
So when did he start pulling his cock out?
Forever, Lenny knew he had
I don't
to
care
make
about the
a change.
baseball shit.
So he did what every other player in the 90s did: steroids. Well, not exactly, because Dykstra was extremely early to the party. During his first season on the juice, he had a legal prescription, and no MLB rule stated you couldn't take it. He literally shot up in the clubhouse in front of everyone legally. When
Nice.
asked how he improved
Good
his
man.
performance, he told a reporter, quote-unquote, special vitamins. Lenny was so early to steroids, he didn't even have to hide it. It was legal. He went from this to this in one season, and the results on the field were magnificent. He batted .325,
He's a
led
big
the league
tier
in
2
hits,
no skill.
on-base
Thank you, man.
percentage, and made his first All-Star game. Lenny was rewarded with a 5-year, $13.3 million contract. That offseason, steroids were made illegal in the US and banned by the MLB, but Dykstra didn't care, because he learned a very valuable lesson this season. Drugs work, and cheating makes you a lot of money. Dykstra
Doesn't make
would
you
never
taller
forget
though,
this
Lenny,
lesson, and
unfortunately.
still applies it to his life today.
That's rough.
Up until that point, 1990 was the best year of Dykstra's career. 1991 was a total disaster. Lenny made it clear, from this point on, he was no longer the clean, sober player solely dedicated to baseball. He was now an extremely rich, arrogant party animal, and since he was playing better than ever, he had no reason not to be. Until the 1991 season, Lenny lost $76,000 playing poker that offseason, and to make
Nice.
matters worse, he was put on a 1-year probation by the commissioner after the gambling ring he was involved with
Thanks a big
was investigated by
big
the
gift sub
FBI.
Swedish,
In May,
and the
after
gift sub
attending
no
his
skill.
teammate John Kruk's bachelor party, he crashed his car while drunk. He was in the hospital for 3 weeks and missed 2 months of the season. According to Lenny, he would have died in this accident
Thanks,
if it
Dark.
wasn't for steroids. Just another
And I have
reason
no
for
idea.
Lenny to continue his drug use.
I'm not
When he
familiar with
returned
the
to
upcoming
field,
one.
He re-injured his collarbone, which was broken in the car accident, and missed the remainder of the season. The following season, he broke his hand in his first at-bat, which led to his second season in a row riddled with injury. After 2 disappointing seasons, Lenny knew if he wanted to continue getting paid big dollars, he would have to have an elite performance in 1993. So Dykstra thought, why don't I just start blackmailing umpires? And it turns out, this was kind of genius. That season, he paid $500,000 to several private investigators to spy on umpires. around the
Wow.
league. According to Lenny, he had dirt on almost every umpire. He knew which ones were gambling on games,
Holy
which
shit.
ones were cheating on their wives, and even says he threatened an umpire who he found out was gay. If an umpire made a questionable call while Lenny was in the box, he would turn around and tell the umpire their deepest, darkest secret. And if Lenny is telling the truth, this was extremely effective. Unsurprisingly, he led the league in walks that season. He also led the league in at-bats, runs, hits, and finished second in MVP voting.
Holy
That season, he
shit.
signed a 4-year, $25 million contract, at the time making him the highest paid Philly in history. Reminding Dykstra once again that if he wanted to be rich and successful, the immoral path of lying and cheating was the best route. At this point, Lenny had more money than he knew what to do with, so he began spending it frequently. Dykstra began using private jets everywhere he went, and he was honestly addicted to them, saying it was the only time he didn't have to use drugs or alcohol because the feeling of being on his own jet was enough of a thrill. But when he wasn't on the jet, you can bet he was using a ton of drugs and alcohol. Lenny said he would pop up to 30 Vicodins before every game, and even thought he would die on the field multiple times because of this habit. During road games, Lenny didn't even stay with the team. Instead, he booked his own suites and hired people to organize large parties in them. So when the game ended, he didn't have to go to the bar. He could just go back to his room and have everything he ever wanted. He began hanging out with people like Mickey Rourke,
Wow.
Donald Trump, and had an extremely close
Mickey
relationship with
Rourke?
Charlie Sheen. Dykstra's spending was so out of control.
Why Mickey
at one point
Rourke?
While he was in Germany, he saw a lady walking her dog. He liked the dog so much, he bet his friend he'd be able to make the lady sell the dog on the spot. After negotiation, he ended up paying her $75,000 for the dog, saying it was well worth it because it was a real German Shepherd from Germany. During this time, he started his own
Okay.
car washes
Holy
in California,
shit.
and believe it or not, they were some of the most successful car washes in the country. He would make the All-Star team in 1994 and 1995, but because of the strike in 94 and injuries in 95, this would basically be the end of Dykstra's playing career. But it really didn't matter much to him because he was making
Easy
more
gift sub,
money
Aaron.
operating car washes anyway. Now that he was retired, he had more time for drugs, parties, and business. He also had more time to commit crimes and fraud with every person he came in contact with. But when Dykstra sold his car wash business, his net worth was around $60 million. However, from that point on, pretty much every decision he makes ended in complete disaster. The first
Oh, I
sign of
can't
Lenny's
believe
post-career
that.
downfall occurred in 1999 when his teenage employee accused him of inappropriately grabbing her. He was charged with
Sounds
sexual
like Lenny.
battery and child annoyance. These charges were later dropped, but based on Dykstra's actions after this really does seem like something he would do. Dykstra would go on to sell his car wash business and made a ton of money doing it. He also got sued by a ton of people who were in the business with him, including his brother, who says Lenny promised him 10% of the company only to fire him right before selling the car washes. Another business
Classic
partner
Lenny,
sued
baby.
accused him
Get
of betting on
pranked.
games while he was playing in them. Dykstra would move on to his next business of stock trading, co-signed by the famous investor and TV personality Jim Cramer, who called Dykstra quote-unquote one of the great ones when it came to
Wow.
stock trading. Lenny would write
Classic
a newsletter
Jim.
and charge people $1,000 a year for his stock picks. Lenny and Kramer would constantly brag about how bulletproof Lenny's stock picking record was. It was 445-1. But did Kramer endorse Lenny because he actually knew about investing, or because he was an out-of-control superstar athlete who could bring him attention? Well, Dykstra openly admits to never reading a book, so the chances of him actually mastering the markets are pretty low.
No, he's a
Kramer
smart
Lenny
guy.
would build a reputation of being a stock whiz, leading him to bring in thousands of subscribers and millions of dollars worth of loans from banks. But it turns out Lenny had no idea what he was doing. Most of his picks
that's a
were
lie.
copied from another investor who Lenny was friends with, and his strategy of picking stocks was basically to buy a stock and sell it as soon as it made any small gain. And if it dropped in value, basically hold on to it until it went higher than the price he bought it at. And if it never reached the price he bought it at, he would just hold it forever, losing a ton of money, but technically it didn't count as a loss. This strategy likely
I mean-
most of his followers to lose a bunch of money,
He's the
but
prime
since
urban.
Lenny never sold a stock for less than he bought it at, he was technically 445-1. Around this time, Lenny was filming a reality show about his rich, luxurious life of a business
Thanks for
mogul.
resubnubinator.
However, nothing about this quote-unquote reality show was real because Lenny was broke. Turns out a lot of Lenny's business strategy was basically getting people to loan him a ton of money and never paying them back. From
Good plan,
2007 to
though. That's a really
2009,
good plan.
He was sued 24 times. This includes business partners, family members, jet companies, flight attendants, attorneys, and pretty much anyone who he ever employed. Lenny had been broke for a while and just never acknowledged it. He took private jets everywhere, and when his credit cards were declined, he would just charge the bill to his employees, his mother, and sometimes even the pilots.
How
even
was he
fired
not
an
in
employee
jail?
After he refused to pay for one of Lenny's flights.
So
Lenny
you're-
would file for
So what you're telling me, like, if you have $0 fucking dollars to your name, you can just be like, yeah, but I don't acknowledge it. I don't think so. And then just still go out and like buy and do shit and have people loan you shit? How is that it's fucking crazy.
bankruptcy in 2009, and the way he did it was extremely illegal and ended up being his biggest downfall. It also exposed a lot of other crimes Dykstra was committing. During bankruptcy, he secretly sold or destroyed around $400,000 worth of possessions. He stopped paying everyone who was working for him, so they either sued or accused him of crimes they had previously been quiet about. His maid, after going weeks without a paycheck, finally pressed charges against Dykstra, saying he forced her to give him oral sex every Saturday. More
What?
charges like this kept popping up. Several escorts accused him of never paying for their services,
Alright.
and one even said he stole her credit card. Lenny was also posting ads looking for maids and personal assistants on Craigslist. When they arrived, he would get naked and say he needed a massage. He did this to 6 women and even threatened one with a knife. Lenny's homes were
Jesus
all foreclosed on,
Christ.
including one he bought for $18 million from Wayne Gretzky. These homes were basically unlivable. The flooring was torn up, the toilets were missing, there was no furniture, the houses
Thanks to
were
give
filled
some
with
David.
empty beer bottles, dog
I
feces,
definitely say
urine,
on
raw
Twitch,
sewage was
Sue
leaking through
would
the
be where you
pipes,
should start for
electric
sure.
wiring was damaged or removed, and the houses were infested
There's a lot of people
with
that'll teach you
toxic
some good
mold.
stuff, I'd say.
During this time, Dykstra was forced to live in cars and
I
hotel
totally misread your
lobbies.
question.
Dykstra
Hold
was
on.
also scamming high-end car dealerships during this time by providing fake
Thanks, Yusuf
information
J.
and claiming credit through fake businesses and other people's identities, leading the dealership to lease him luxury cars he couldn't afford. All this was done while Dykstra was being investigated by the FBI, so finally when they felt they had enough dirt to throw the book at him, they did. In 2011, he was indicted for bankruptcy fraud, obstruction of justice, 4 counts of concealing property, 3 counts of embezzlement, and 4 counts of making false declarations.
What about
This, as well as separate cases
sexual
like obstruction of
stuff?
indecent exposure,
There we go.
grand theft auto, as well as the possession of drugs, which they found in his house when they arrested him. He faced 80 years in prison. Through a series of plea deals and no contest, Dykstra was sentenced to 3 years in prison in 2012. Unfortunately for Dykstra, he no longer had his freedom, and unfortunately for us, he wouldn't be able to compete in the scheduled boxing match with Jose Canseco. Instead, Lenny got into a boxing match with prison guards, which, according to him, left him with no teeth and severe brain damage. Dykstra said guards entered his cell and beat him while singing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game" until he was almost dead. He would later sued the jail for $15 million, saying the beating was not provoked, but he later dropped the suit. Lenny spent most of his sentence in solitary confinement, and when he left prison with no teeth and severe brain damage, he was a prime suspect to commit more crimes, which he has. Since being released, he has been accused of stealing $50,000 worth of jewelry from Charlie Sheen's fiancée, was charged with making terroristic threats to an Uber
This guy's
driver who
nuts!
said Lenny pulled a gun on him from the back seat, and was charged for drug possession. So we can confidently say that even at the age of 57, Dykstra can still party. More evidence of this came out in 2017 when he and a few women trashed a hotel room and even stole the receptionist's glasses on the way out. Lenny is around $30 million in debt, and his ways of making his money
Not that it matters, apparently. He can still do anything.
Lenny says he gets paid by offering his quote-unquote companionship.
Debt means
to
nothing to
elderly
Lenny.
women. So I'll let you guys read between the lines on this one, but it doesn't sound pretty. But perhaps Lenny's biggest splash in recent years was the scheduled boxing match between him and the Bagel Boss. This was going to be a great redemption story for Lenny. You know, the classic tale of the man who lost everything only to rise from the ashes to beat up another man who literally is under 5 feet tall. Unfortunately, Lenny dropped out of the fight to focus on a lawsuit between
Whose leg is he picking
Dykstra
up?
was replaced by Screech from Saved by the Bell, but on the day of the fight, the Bagel Boss didn't show up. So yeah, that's a little history for you guys. Lenny Dykstra has shown throughout his life that he will do whatever it takes to succeed, even if it means putting himself and others in harm's way. This is a pretty good strategy when it comes to being a good baseball player. It can also be a pretty bad strategy if you want to be a functioning member in society. Say what you want about Lenny's long history of lying, cheating, and stealing on the field and off, he's always been pretty entertaining, and I don't know what crime or publicity stunt Lenny Dykstra will do next, but it probably will be fun to watch. Thanks for watching, like and subscribe, good luck the rest of the way, Nails.
Well, that was a lot more interesting than I thought it would be. That entire story has convinced me that debt is not real. Being in debt means literally nothing. What a fucking story. You can genuinely just ignore debt and having $0 and be fine, is what that tells me. Also, he went from 80 years in jail to 3 years. Like, all with $0 to, like, do anything. Like, my God. I don't understand. I don't understand. And he only served 6 months. That's the power of cash. But he had $0. He had actually negative dollars to his name. He had nothing and still got that. Holy shit. That is absolutely wild. I think we'll call it a night on that now. Oh, thanks everyone for tuning in. To everyone who donated, big thank you. New subs, welcome aboard. Sub means a lot, so thank you for subbing. I really appreciate the generosity, and I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Let's see who's streaming. I'll toss you over to Denkin tonight. I don't remember the last time I threw you to Denkin, so we'll go to Denkin. And maybe Scary. Thanks again, everyone. I really appreciate it, and have a great night. See ya.